The train station buzzed with life, a cacophony of voices blending with the rhythmic clatter of trains arriving and departing. Farewells and reunions swirled around, filled with hope and sorrow. Amidst the crowd, a mother clutched a small, weathered box to her chest, her hands trembling. "Don't do anything brave," she urged, her voice tight as she gazed up at her son. Though he stood tall in her eyes, he was still the child she had raised, full of dreams. The son forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The sharp whistle of the train cut through the noise, a reminder of the time slipping away. He leaned down and embraced her, as though trying to still the storm of dread swirling inside him. "Take this." She pressed the box into his hands. "Don't ever open it. But if you're captured, give it to them as a gift." The boy took the box from his mother. "Do you promise me?" "I promise," he said, feeling the weight of her words. He glanced at his little sister, her wide eyes filled with innocence as she sat in her wheelchair. Leaning down, he kissed her gently on the forehead. "Be brave," she whispered, the sincerity of her words piercing through the noise around them. The train's whistle shrieked again, and the boy stepped back, his heart aching as he waved one last goodbye. The train lurched into motion, pulling him away from everything familiar into the unknown. The battlefield air was thick with the smell of smoke and gunpowder. The boy, having quickly become a young man from the demands of war, gripped his rifle tighter. Try as he might, the sound of explosions and gunfire drowned out all thoughts of home as battle raged all around him. "Get down!" a voice shouted, and he dove into a trench, just as an explosion rocked the earth nearby. The young man fought fiercely, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Each encounter was a blur of movement and instinct. Every moment, a razor-thin line between life and death. In the thick of the fighting, the din of war faded, leaving only the pounding of his own heart echoing in his ears. He saw his comrades fall, one by one, their lives extinguished in an instant. It was a relentless tide of violence, and he was swept along with it. But then, in a moment, everything changed. A large blast threw him off his feet. Dazed and disoriented, he looked up to see enemy soldiers approaching, their faces shrouded in grim determination. Before he could react, they seized him, dragging him and the few other soldiers that were still alive away from the battlefield they had fought so fiercely to defend. The soldiers dragged him through the mud, and the young man glanced up. Through blurred eyes, he could just barely see where they were taking him. Towards a large trench where others of his fellow soldiers were already lined up. He watched as they were shot without warning and tumbled back into the mass grave. Suddenly, his mother's parting words filled his ears.
"Give it to them as a gift."
"Wait!" the young man hoarsely shouted. "Please, wait! I have something to offer you." The soldiers dragging him abruptly stopped and looked at each other with skepticism. "What do you mean?" one demanded. "You have information?" "I have this," he said, pulling the small box from his pocket, the one his mother had given him. The one he had managed to keep safe with him this whole time, across countless battles and hundreds, perhaps thousands of miles of war. The soldiers looked at each other again, and their skepticism turned into mockery. The two men both began to laugh as one of them snatched the box from the young man's hands. Without pausing, he opened the box, tossing the wooden lid to the ground. "What's this? A treasure?" he mockingly asked. The object in the box glinted in the light. It wasn't a treasure at all, just a simple silver spoon. His laughter stopped. "Very well. In repayment, you won't die. Not here, at least." The young man didn't have any time to question what this meant, though, since a club immediately struck the back of his head, sending him into a deep, dark black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a damp, dark cell, raucous laughter echoing off the walls. The same soldiers who had taken him on the battlefield were now sitting with several others, talking to each other in their native tongue. The one who had dragged the young man began to act out a pantomime of the young man offering him the box, much to the amusement of his fellow soldiers. The young man watched through the bars of his cell as the soldier now reached into the box and grabbed the spoon, holding it up like a war trophy as the group laughed harder and harder, none more than the one holding the spoon. His laughter, though, abruptly stopped and a sharp crack echoed through the room, louder than any bullet. The soldier's body twisted grotesquely, his spine bending backward with an unnatural snap. His eyes bulged wide, panic overtaking his once smug face, before he crumpled to the ground. The rest of the soldiers gasped and stepped back, horrified at what they had just seen. But try as they might, none of them could look away. Their compulsive curiosity forced them all to keep looking at the twisted body of their friend, or, more specifically, at the spoon he still clutched in his hand. Slowly, carefully, one of the soldiers stepped forward, kneeled down, and reached for the spoon. He had to work to pry it from the paralyzed hand of his comrade, and the moment he gripped the handle, another crack rang out, even louder this time, as he too saw his spine fold backwards at a perfect 90-degree angle. The soldier fell to the floor, the spoon dropping to the ground near him. But the other soldiers didn't run. Just like their friend, one by one, they each watched in turn as another picked up the spoon, and immediately upon having a firm grip, saw their body contort backwards at a right angle. The young man couldn't believe what was happening. Soldier after soldier watched, waiting for their turn to be bent backwards, until finally, only one was left. He struggled, trying to resist the strange compulsion to pick up the cursed spoon, but he couldn't. He too joined his comrades, his spine snapping as his body collapsed to the floor. As the last soldier fell, so too did the spoon, landing not far from the young man's cell. He could suddenly feel it calling to him. He didn't just want to hold the spoon, he needed it. If he just reached out through the bars of his cell, he could almost touch it. Shouts in a language he barely understood echoed in from the corridor. Moments later, the door to the damp room swung open with a loud bang. A group of soldiers, with different uniforms from those who had captured him, stormed in. One of the soldiers surveilled the scene, the soldiers that lay twisted and broken on the ground. "What in the hell happened here?" he exclaimed, his gaze landing on the silver spoon. As the soldier curiously reached for the spoon, the sergeant inadvertently kicked it away and pointed at the young man's cell. "Get him out!" he barked. His command snapped the soldiers into action. "Please, the spoon!" the young man cried, his voice desperate and frantic. But the soldiers didn't understand the language he was speaking. They were too busy fishing through the pockets of the fallen soldiers, trying to find keys to his cell. "Calm down, we're trying to help you, son," the sergeant replied, his tone edged with annoyance. Finally, one soldier finds the keys. The door to his cell swings open, and the young man dives to the ground. The Allied soldiers exchanged awkward glances. They initially believed the young man was dropping to his knees in gratitude for being saved. Instead, he was scrambling across the dirt floor, desperately searching for something. "I think he's looking for this," one of the soldiers said, holding up the spoon by the tip of its handle. The young man's eyes widened. "That's mine!" he shouted, lunging toward it. Several Allied soldiers grabbed the young man, unsure of his intentions, but as he moved, the soldier with the spoon instinctively tightened his grip on it. A loud crack pierced the air. Everyone turned just in time to see the Allied soldier bend backward at a perfect 90-degree angle, his face contorting in pain and shock as he collapsed to the ground. A wave of compulsive curiosity began to spread among the soldiers as they stared at the scene. One by one, they all started to move closer to the spoon. Their sergeant, a seasoned SCP agent who had decided to join the fight against tyranny and whose long service with the Foundation had given him experience with strange anomalies, barked out a sharp command. "Leave it!" he shouted, catching one of his men just as he touched the handle with the tips of his fingers. "Everybody step back!" The urgency in his voice snapped the soldiers out of their daze. They instinctively moved aside, creating space between themselves and the spoon's sinister aura. Slowly, carefully, the sergeant knelt down and scooped the spoon into the wooden box, his movements deliberate and steady. As the young man watched the sergeant slide the box's lid closed, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. The very object that was meant to protect him had almost become the harbinger of his death. This seemingly harmless object, now classified as SCP-463, is deceptively simple: a spoon that bends its victims. When gripped by human hands, it forces their spine to snap backward at a 90-degree angle just below the T6 thoracic vertebra, resulting in near instantaneous death or severe paralysis. Its effects are immediate and unavoidable. No gloves, barriers, or protective gear can prevent the violent contortions. Despite its mundane appearance, SCP-463 has claimed multiple lives during testing. Strangely, it only affects humans, showing no unusual properties when handled by non-human subjects. Even indirect contact, such as through gloves, does nothing to reduce its deadly impact, suggesting the spoon possesses some sort of psychic or anomalous trigger. Researchers at the SCP Foundation have conducted extensive analysis using neutron imaging, MRI scans, and other methods, but the true nature of SCP-463's lethal effect remains unknown. All they can observe are the horrifying results: a sudden, violent muscle contraction that bends the human body unnaturally. Currently, SCP-463 is housed in a secure containment site, kept in a small, reinforced glass display case. Transport and handling are strictly regulated, and personnel are prohibited from directly interacting with the spoon under any circumstances. After an incident during testing, food and utensils are no longer allowed near SCP-463's containment area, though the exact details of that incident remain classified. Let this story serve as a reminder: even the simplest, most ordinary objects can mask unimaginable danger. After all, who would have thought something as simple as a spoon could become such a deadly anomaly?
A storm rages outside of the little old house, as inside, a little old woman bounces a little baby on her little old knee. The baby coos and laughs as the old woman makes funny faces and noises for the child, trying to keep it entertained as they wait for his parents to return from their much-needed night out by themselves. The old woman herself needs a rest now, though. She's forgotten how exhausting it can be to watch a child. "Okay, that's enough. It's time for both of us to take a little nap before your parents get back." She gets up and takes the baby into a nearby room that looks as though it was a nursery at one time, but it hasn't been used for many years. As she goes to set the child into the crib, a strong gust of wind blows through the room. She places the baby down and rushes to the window and closes it shut. It must have been left cracked open by mistake. Brr, the room is cold from the wind, but she has just the thing to fix that. She moves to a small closet and opens the creaky door. The little old woman strains to reach up to the top shelf and feels around. Ah, there it is. She pulls down a baby blanket, a soft baby blue with colorful animals printed on it. It looks as though it's been up there for a long time, and she gives it a good shake before walking back to the crib. "Look what we have here. It's your daddy's own blankie." She gives it another shake. "There we go, good as new." She leans into the crib and wraps the small helpless child in the blanket before giving him a gentle kiss on the forehead. "Now you get some sleep. Your mommy and daddy will be back before you know it, and we want to show them what a good babysitter Grammy is, don't we? That way I get to see you all the time." The little old woman switches off the light and exits the room, leaving the door cracked just a few inches. She heads back to the couch and plops down on it. Almost as soon as she does, though, the baby starts crying. With a sigh, she gets back up and goes back to the nursery. "What's the matter, little dear?" she says as she turns the lights on. "Oh no!" She rushes to the crib. "You've kicked your blanket off. You must be freezing." She grabs the blanket from the end of the crib and tucks it around the baby once again. "There you go, that's better." The old woman leaves the room and quietly closes the door shut, leaving it open just a few inches. The moment she turns around to go back to the couch, though, the crying starts again. With a sigh, she opens the door and goes back into the room. Once again, the blanket is stuffed at the end of the crib where the baby has kicked it off. "Fine, don't want a blanket? That's fine." She picks the baby up out of the crib and rocks him in her arms until it stops crying. She sets him back in the crib. "There you go. No blankets, just please get some sleep. Grammy's tired." The old woman takes the blanket out of the crib and leaves the room. She closes the door most of the way and, incredibly, this time the child remains silent. The old woman resumes her place on the couch and starts to yawn. Just as she does, the wind outside picks up and howls loudly. The old woman shivers. She looks next to her and spots the baby blanket. She picks it up and examines the cute animal print, remembering when her own son was a baby wrapped in it. She smiles at the happy thought and throws the blanket around her shoulders. She leans back on the couch and finds that her eyes are growing very heavy. She'll rest them for just a moment. She won't fall asleep. She'll just rest. "Mom, it's us. We're back. Thanks again for..." The couple both scream when they enter the house to find that the old woman is lying face down on the floor in a pool of blood. The source of the blood is obvious. Chunks of flesh from her shoulders and upper back have been torn out, leaving jagged holes. as if she were mauled by an animal. As the man runs to the old woman, trying to do anything he can to help her, the woman runs to the nursery to find that the baby is sleeping peacefully in his crib. The woman picks up the child, tears streaming down her cheeks, and returns to the living room to see her husband kneeling beside his dead mother. Both the husband and wife are so shocked by what they have found that neither notices the baby blanket lying on the couch, or that the cruel, blood-covered mouth on it is slowly fading from view until it disappears completely. There is little in life that is more comforting than a favorite blanket. Perhaps you've had the same one since you were a child, or you have a heavy one that you like to wrap yourself in when you're feeling down, or maybe it's just one that's especially fluffy and warm that you'd do anything to keep. Today's anomaly plays on those very feelings, using them against its victims to become one of the more insidious predatory anomalies in the SCP Foundation archives. This is SCP-799, also known as the Carnivorous Blanket. SCP-799 is a type of creature that can vary in shape, size, and appearance, but, as the name implies, always takes the form of a blanket of some kind. The exact material the anomaly is made out of is unknown, but it is a very soft fiber that in many ways resembles a high-quality merino wool blend, though one that retains heat even more effectively than its natural counterpart. SCP-799's weight can vary from between half a kilogram all the way to 6 kilograms, and while examples have been found in nearly every color imaginable, it seems predisposed towards pastels and will frequently have patterns featuring stylized, friendly depictions of various animals. Both the pastel colors and the childish patterns are especially common in instances of SCP-799 that weigh less than 2 kilograms and would colloquially be known as baby blankets. While SCP-799 is undoubtedly a living organism, there is some debate as to whether it is itself an animal or perhaps a type of fungal colony. Instances of 799 are incapable of locomotion, lying motionless for long periods of time, and require little in the way of nutrition. What small amount they do need, they appear to be able to gain almost entirely from the organic particles present in normal household dust, such as animal dander and dead human skin cells. The blanket feeds via a series of minute, filter-feeding mouth-like structures that are spread across the surface of the creature, which wait for nutrients to fall into them, not unlike a sponge on the ocean floor. Instances of SCP-799 can survive for quite a while in this state, and one specimen was noted as having lived for multiple years in a damp attic, subsisting entirely on the small organic particles that would drift down from the rafters above. Should an instance of SCP-799 be forced to go for long periods of time without a source of nutrition, though, like when, for example, it is placed inside of a sealed closet or drawer, it will begin to undergo certain physical changes, which result in it metamorphosing into its predatory form. These changes aren't noticeable from only casual observation and consist of the blanket converting its many filter-feeding mouths into a single, large one that is lined with multiple rows of extremely sharp teeth. The blanket creature also develops a new form of tissue inside its cloth-like structure, one that is similar to muscle and capable of contracting and squeezing. Once its metamorphosis is complete, the instance of SCP-799 will lie in wait for an unsuspecting creature to cover themselves with it or wrap it around their body. Once they do, the blanket will bide its time until they enter a state of rest, usually waiting for them to fall asleep entirely, at which point its feeding phase will begin. Once the creature has detected that its victim is dormant, it will use its newly formed muscle to latch onto them, holding them in place as it opens its tooth-lined maw. It will begin to bite at its confined prey, tearing off several kilograms of flesh, bone, and any other organic material it can, swallowing it, and converting it into a thin slurry that it spreads through its body almost immediately. This traumatic, violent process nearly always leads to the victim dying of blood loss. Within 10 minutes of the attack, the mouth on SCP-799 will have been completely reabsorbed, leaving no signs that it is anything other than a normal, everyday blanket, though one which now mysteriously weighs several kilograms more than it did before. By 40 minutes after the attack, the entire digestive system within SCP-799 will have demetamorphosed back into its original form, with a single digestive tract being changed once again to the many dispersed filter-feeding mouths. While SCP-799 is more than happy to feed on any warm-blooded animal, including humans, it shows no interest in cold-blooded ones or inanimate objects. It appears then that its senses may be limited to only touch and heat, using those as signs that it is now wrapped around a potential meal. Adding to the strangeness of SCP-799 is that it reproduces through budding, like flatworms and corals. When it has absorbed enough nutrients and sufficiently increased its mass, either very slowly through filter feeding or rapidly via its carnivorous phase, it will begin to take on a quilt-like appearance. Over several weeks, one of the quilt squares will puff up and slide off the blanket. This new, smaller instance will resemble a doily or a throw pillow, until it too begins to feed and grow. The new instance is a perfect clone of its parent, identical in every way, and it will eventually grow to a similar size and begin its own reproductive cycle. It is unknown exactly how long it takes SCP-799 to reach full maturity, but the current best guess is that when kept in its filter feeding phase, an instance will reproduce every 50 to 60 years. Instances of SCP-799 are quite prevalent across the planet, and the SCP Foundation currently has hundreds of examples in containment. Unfortunately, it is unknown just how many still exist in the wild, as it is very difficult to identify instances, with one of the only reliable means being through genetic testing. Should any instances be located, though, they are to be destroyed immediately, as the Foundation already has a large enough population in containment for research purposes, and they pose too much of a risk both in terms of harm and exposure to the general public. SCP-799 has been classified as Euclid, and each instance is kept in its own separate biocontainment cell at Biosite 66. Dust is regularly collected from the on-site D-Class personnel dorms and is sprinkled over the blankets regularly to keep them in their filter-feeding state, though only just enough to hopefully maintain their size and not allow them to reproduce. Should any small cloth objects appear in their containment lockers, it is to be removed immediately and contained separately. SCP-799 isn't the only predatory creature that resembles a cloth good in Foundation containment, and research into possible connections to SCP-1626, the oversized gray hooded sweatshirt that sends penetrating fibers into anyone unlucky enough to put it on, is ongoing.
The van fishtailed around the final bend, tires skimming the edge of the road. Its headlights barely pierced the pitch-black curtain of forest on either side. The engine roared, but the driver kept one hand lazily on the wheel, the other casually flicking through the radio stations like they weren't barreling through the middle of nowhere. "Great place for a vacation," said the one who had been staring out the window since they left. They pulled their hoodie tighter, scanning the tree line. The one in the back seat was bouncing with energy. They kicked the front seat. "Yeah, this is definitely the spot where we get eaten by something. I'm calling it now." The one with the bulging backpack grumbled, giving their seat a shove. They hadn't been excited about the whole pack light idea. Now they were paying the price. The driver slammed the van into park, the sudden stop jolting everyone forward in their seats. He glanced back with a wide, crooked grin. Before anyone could fumble with their seatbelts, he was already out the door, boots hitting the gravel with a crunch. "Not unloading," he said over his shoulder, already heading for the cabin. The pack mule shook their head, grabbing a cooler and cursing under their breath, ready to unload whatever the hell they'd brought that was apparently essential. The energetic one bounced out after them, cracking their knuckles. "Bet we'll find something to mess with in the woods. I mean, this place screams misadventure." The woods swallowed the cabin whole, quiet, eerie, the perfect setting for things to go very, very wrong. The cabin itself was a one-room joke, a cramped little shack where the air smelled like a mixture of rotting wood and damp. Sleeping bags were scattered haphazardly across the floor, like no one had bothered to pick a spot, just crashed wherever they landed. The cooler sat untouched in the corner, forgotten for now. The shelves were stacked with an almost comical amount of snacks, chips, candy, mystery brand soda, like someone had prepared for a siege of the munchies. And judging by the vibe, they weren't wrong. Everyone collapsed onto the floor, staring at the roof. A few minutes of silence passed before the group decided that it was time to stretch their legs. "Let's go for a midnight walk," said the energetic one, practically skipping toward the door. The pack mule let out a sigh, but they still grabbed their jacket and followed like the reluctant sheep they were. The skeptic just shook their head, but tagged along anyway. No one was going to let them sit alone in that murder cabin. For a while, it was just the sound of their footsteps crunching on the dirt road and the soft rustle of something that could have been a squirrel, or maybe a bear. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and everything felt wrong in a way they couldn't quite explain. "Okay, this is just weird," said the energetic one, snapping out of their own thoughts as the trees cleared. They stopped at the end of the road, eyes locking onto a street sign. It was just standing there. "Who needs a sign out here in the middle of nowhere?" The sign gleamed in the moonlight, so pristine it looked like it had just been polished, the metal untouched by the elements. It was almost comical how out of place it was, like someone had dropped it here for their amusement. The pack mule squinted at it like it might sprout legs and chase them.
Merge? What kind of street sign is that?
The skeptic muttered, eyeing the sign suspiciously. The pack mule rolled their eyes, but even they couldn't argue. The energetic one grinned, already sizing up the sign.
Let's steal it,
he said with a sneaky whisper. Without waiting for an answer, he scrambled up the pole, eagerly tugging at the sign. The rest of the group exchanged glances, none of them quite sure how to react. The driver gave a half shrug, scanning the area for any signs of life. When nothing moved in the woods, they nodded to the energetic one, who was already trying to wrench the sign free. The pack mule rolled their eyes but said nothing, hands jammed into pockets, body language screaming, "I'm only here because I have to be." They half turned, staring out into the trees, as if the woods might just swallow them whole and give them an excuse to leave. Once the sign came loose with a metallic screech, the group went still for a moment. Then, the driver stepped forward and grabbed at the sign like it was no big deal, while the energetic one jumped down with a laugh. The skeptical one finally took a step forward, arms crossed tightly. They stared at the others, a sour expression plastered on their face. But when no one else moved, they grabbed the other side of the sign.
Whatever, guess we're all carrying it now.
The pack mule hesitated, but reluctantly reached for the opposite side, clearly only doing it because everyone else had. They started walking back, the sign between them, but no one was particularly eager. It wasn't a long walk, but it felt like an eternity. The sign seemed heavier the farther they walked, but no one complained. There was no point. They trudged back together, the weight of the sign matching the weight of their shared, increasingly stupid decision. They stumbled back into the cabin, the door creaking open as they approached. The merge sign was still clutched between them, now more a ridiculous trophy than anything else. They tossed it into the corner, barely giving it a second glance, and immediately went to work settling in. Everyone flopped onto the mismatched furniture that had definitely seen better days. The couch squeaked ominously as they each found their spot, and the wood stove crackled in the corner, filling the air with the warm, earthy scent of burning pine. The merge sign, leaning casually against the wall, had somehow found its new place in the chaos. It fit right in, though. The room was a hodgepodge of too many blankets and questionable decor. Still, they all sighed in unison, like this was paradise.
All right, now this is a vacation,
said the energetic one, searching their bag for a special treat. The pack mule, already on the couch, spread out like they were claiming territory. They eyed the merge sign like it might do something weird at any second. They stared at it for a beat longer than they intended.
Anyone else think we're one bad decision away from being on a true crime doc?
The pack mule muttered, eyes narrowing at the sign. The skeptical one rolled their eyes as the first song kicked in, but even they couldn't help but tap their foot to the music. Everyone was in their own little zone, drifting from one topic to the next like it didn't matter where the conversation started or ended. Hours passed. Everyone was in their own little world, relaxed, weightless, and content. For the moment, everything felt good. The merge sign still leaned against the wall, like it belonged there, pulsing faintly in the corner. No one noticed. No one cared. For a while, everything was perfect. Laughter echoed around the cabin, jokes blending into one another, each person lost in the comfortable, warm cocoon of complete nonsense. But then, the skeptical one, who'd been oddly quiet for a while, paused mid-laugh, eyes narrowing. They were sitting upright now, staring at the corner like they'd just spotted a ghost. Their eyes were locked onto the merge sign, and they couldn't seem to look away. The pack mule, sitting beside them with a half-eaten bag of chips in their lap, shot a sideways glance with bloodshot eyes.
What? What are you looking at?
The skeptical one's gaze didn't shift.
It's that thing.
They were so focused, they looked like they'd just seen a murder in real time.
Hey, come on, you're freaking us out,
the pack mule said and nudged them. And then, it happened. Their arm, like some twisted horror movie magic, slid into the skeptical one's side. The pack mule's skin merged with the skeptical one's as though they were just one more piece of furniture in the room. They both froze. Neither moved. They both looked at each other, eyes wide, trying to process what had just happened. The room was still for a moment, then...
What the...
The driver's voice cracked the silence. The group erupted into a collective burst of giggles. It was just a hallucination, right?
But no, the skeptical one's hand was still fused to the pack mule's side, skin stretched unnaturally between them, their arms bent in grotesque angles. It wasn't funny anymore. The giggles subsided. For a moment, they all stared at each other in disbelief. Then, the giggling started again. The energetic one laughed so hard they couldn't breathe, but even they were starting to notice that this wasn't normal. "No way, no way," the skeptical one said, their voice trembling. The pack mule tried to pull away, but their skin just stretched with them. It was like one of those cheesy horror movie scenes where the person can't get away, but this time, it wasn't a joke. It was all too real. All right, that was too much, the driver said, clearly uncomfortable now. They tried to get up to help, but as they planted their hands on the floor to push up, their palm stuck to the chair. Not just a light tap. It was like the chair had decided it wanted them now. What's happening? The driver screamed, trying to yank their hand away, but the more they struggled, the worse it got. They were stuck, skin fusing with the chair. I can't move, the driver yelled, only to realize their feet were slowly bonding to the carpet, too. The room was closing in around them, every inch of the cabin pulling them in like some grotesque, sticky trap. "Guys!" the energetic one shouted, trying to get up and help, but as they stood, their own skin stuck to the blanket beneath them. I can't move either." They tugged, but the blanket came with them. No, not just the blanket. Their legs were glued to it, melded to it, like they were part of the fabric. The pack mule gasped, their eyes wide with panic. Their body was half melted with the skeptical ones, but it wasn't stopping there. The blanket under them was starting to melt into them. They could feel their skin fusing to the other person's, the feeling too much, too wrong. In the midst of it all, the merge sign pulsed again, silently mocking them in the corner. The panic started like a ripple, a small wave of disbelief, but it quickly morphed into something much worse: desperation. They screamed, but the sound barely escaped their mouths. They were part of the room now, part of the furniture, a disgusting, sticky patchwork quilt of flesh and wood. The merge sign pulsed with cruel delight in the corner. No one could move, no one could speak, and the worst part, they knew it. They knew they were stuck here, trapped, and nothing would change. Not unless someone else came along to discover the nightmare they'd become, but even that seemed unlikely. They were part of the room, part of the walls, the furniture, a permanent fixture. The merge sign's pulsing grew stronger, as if it was feeding off their fear. The energetic one jerked their body, still trying to free themselves from the blanket they had become one with. Their legs were stuck in it, melded into the fabric, flesh intertwining with the fibers, as though they'd been part of it all along. Their legs buckled beneath them, and they crashed to the floor, but the blanket came with them. It was like they couldn't escape it. Each time they pulled, the fabric twisted and bonded with their skin, the sensation of it tearing through their flesh as horrifying as it was disgusting. "No!" they screamed, their voice muffled by the blanket now wrapped around their body like a cocoon. The more they struggled, the more it fused to them, flesh melding with thread and cotton. The driver, still stuck to the chair, tried again to pull away. Their palm, still fused to the back of the armchair, burned as they fought. The chair was alive now, alive in a way that was too real. Their fingers felt like they were being pulled into it, their skin distorting as it bonded with the upholstery. They screamed as they tried to yank themselves free, but the more they fought, the deeper the fusion became. The wood beneath them groaned in protest as it slowly consumed their body. I can't. The driver's voice cracked. They couldn't move. They couldn't even think straight. The pack mule was still fused to the skeptical one. The two of them, a grotesque mess of skin, now completely melded together at the arm and chest, couldn't move apart. The pack mule tried to pull away, but the more they struggled, the worse it got. The skeptical one's skin stretched with them, and their arms bent in twisted angles, the flesh pulling in ways it was never meant to. "Stop! Just stop!" the skeptic cried out, but it was too late. The panic set in, and their voices cracked in desperation. The pack mule, trying to break free, only ended up twisting more grotesquely into the skeptical one. The two of them were a mass of flesh and terror, unable to do anything but scream and writhe. What you saw here, what these four experienced, is the result of activating SCP-1047-4, also known as the merge sign. But let me take a moment to break this down for you. Buckle up, because this one's a doozy. First off, SCP-1047 is classified as safe. Don't let the chaos fool you. We've got it under control. All instances of SCP-1047-1 through SCP-1047-5 are stored in individual, nitrogen-shielded shrink wrap to minimize their exposure to carbon dioxide. They're kept in standard inanimate object lockers with atmospheric sensors and halon dispensers, just in case things heat up. Not literally, thankfully. SCP-1047 is made up of 6 different types of street traffic signs. Each one does something a bit different, but they all have one thing in common. When you bring them into a room where the air has a certain mix of gases, mainly elevated carbon dioxide, that's when the fun starts. So let's go over each one, just so you understand what we're dealing with. SCP-1047-1, the one-way sign, is the first troublemaker. If the concentration of CO2 or other fumes is just right, well, gravity stops making sense. When SCP-1047-1 is activated, the force of gravity in the room completely reorients itself. The direction of gravity will change to point directly toward the arrow on the sign. So if that sign is pointing down, you're falling straight down. And if you're in something like a mobile home or a camping tent, things get interesting. The room might even start floating. Yes, floating until the gravity realigns with the sign, which could leave you anywhere from the ground to the upper atmosphere. Then we've got SCP-1047-2, the stop sign. When this one's activated, everyone in the room stops, as in total paralysis. You can't move, you can't blink, you can't even breathe without assistance. It's like being trapped in your own body, completely frozen while everything else goes on around you. As you can imagine, the deaths from this one aren't pretty. Next, we've got SCP-1047-3, the no parking sign. This one is for the hyperactive crowd. When this one activates, everyone in the room is suddenly unable to stop moving. They pace. They can't sit still, can't rest. It's like being stuck in a loop, walking in circles until exhaustion finally takes over. No one can leave the zone of influence of the sign, so enjoy that non-stop treadmill. Then we have SCP-1047-4, the one you received a very intimate lesson on today. This is the merge sign. When this sign is activated, the skin of all vertebrates in the room, along with all surfaces they've touched in the last 24 hours, turns into a semi-liquid state. The sign doesn't get involved, but everything else does. That means anything or anyone who comes into contact with another merges at the molecular level. No separating. It's like a sick game of human taffy, but with no fun ending. The more you struggle, the worse it gets. And when you think you're finally free, you're just getting more tangled into the mess. SCP-1047-5, the yield sign, is a different type of hell. It is more of a mind control situation. When SCP-1047-5 activates, all vertebrates in the room lose their willpower. They'll just sit there, staring blankly ahead until someone gives them a command. And even then, they'll only do what they need to obey, and only as much as necessary. It's like being a puppet. No agency, no control. And finally, we have SCP-1047-6. To be honest, this one is an oddball as far as anomalies go. It's a speed limit 55 sign. When this one activates, it messes with the laws of physics. The speed of light slows down to 55 miles per hour within its area of effect, which causes some extremely weird effects. Time moves differently. Light is slower. It's like being trapped in a weird, glitchy reality. Not a fun situation. But that's just the basics. Let's talk about how this all came about, shall we? SCP-1047 was discovered after Incident 1047-A. Some genius thought it would be a great idea to steal one of the one-way signs from a city street and use it as a wall decoration in their apartment. Sounds like a harmless prank, right? Well, it turned into something much worse. Shortly after that incident, a truck crashed into the building. It wasn't a small crash. 5 people died. The scene was gruesome, to say the least. Now, when the Foundation caught wind of the situation, we were able to piece together the chain of events. Apparently, this wasn't some random theft. The city councilor, who had been extremely vocal about an uptick in street sign thefts, publicly stated that anyone who was caught taking signs would, quote, get what they deserve. It was a thinly veiled threat, one that would come back to haunt her in ways she didn't anticipate. When we went to interview her about the theft, we got there just in time. Before we could even ask a question, she died. Just collapsed. It was a very sudden, very dramatic exit. Weird, right? But it didn't stop there. While we were dealing with her case, a second council member died from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. 2 employees from the city's Department of Infrastructure also dropped like flies, struck by lightning in the middle of a thunderstorm. Seems like bad luck, doesn't it? Except it wasn't. And then the icing on the cake. When we did the autopsies, we found something strange. Identical teeth. Not just the same kind of dental work or a similar set of teeth. They were identical down to the minute details, the same color, shape, and alignment. It was like someone had made a copy of their dental structure. No natural cause for that. At that point, we knew something bigger was going on. Foundation staff retrieved the one-way sign from the apartment, and that's when we got a clearer picture of just what SCP-1047 was capable of. Now let's talk about containment. We take no chances with these signs. We store SCP-1047-1 through SCP-1047-5, all of the street signs except the speed limit 55 one, in nitrogen-filled shrink wrap to limit their exposure to carbon dioxide. They're locked away in standard inanimate object lockers complete with atmospheric sensors to monitor CO2 levels and halon dispensers that will kick in if there's any fire. As for SCP-1047-1, the one-way sign, we make sure the arrow points toward the ground when it's stored. Why? Because we really don't want any more gravity problems, if you catch my drift. As for SCP-1047-6, the speed limit 55 sign, yep, that one's not so easy to contain. It's still out there, trapped in an apartment building. The Foundation bought the building through a front company, and it's been sealed off. We've set up dual pump systems to pump out the atmosphere in the room with SCP-1047-6 and replace it with nitrogen, which should lower the CO2 levels enough to stop the sign from activating. Those pumps have been running non-stop for years, but it's going to take about 473 more years before we're completely out of the woods on that one. While maintaining those pumps, the staff on site wear radiation dosimeters and follow strict health regulations for any exposure to the area. Because, when time itself starts to slow down, it gets a little tricky to figure out what's normal anymore. All in all, street signs are meant to keep you safe, not get you tangled in some weird reality-bending mess. So the next time you're thinking about borrowing a sign, remember this: you might end up merging with far more than you bargained for. The applicant nervously adjusts his tie. Again. He's a fresh law school graduate who knows just how hard it is to get your foot in the door in the cutthroat legal world. Hundreds of people applied online for this position at the prestigious firm of Gilbert and Evans, but only 20 or so were considered good enough to be offered an in-person interview, and only one of them will get the job. The applicant has been here since 10 a.m., and after 2 long, anxiety-filled hours, only 2 more people are left. The applicant is trying to stay calm. He wants the interviewer to think he's confident, but he can't help but feel nervous. His foot taps as he checks the time. Every second feels like an hour. Maybe he should have brought a book. It would have kept him distracted and made him look smart in front of his prospective employer. But instead of reading, all the applicant can do is examine the office carpet. The carpet is bright red, decorated with lines that make blocky, overlapping shapes. The applicant wonders if it's meant to look like terracotta paving or something. It doesn't really match with the aesthetic of the building, Ponderosa Plaza. The offices of Gilbert and Evans are new, so new that the applicant can detect the lingering smell of the recently applied paint. He thinks he might have heard the secretary mention that the carpet got replaced recently. Aside from the secretary, the only other person in the room is the other candidate. She's been reading a book while she calmly waits to be called in. Of course she brought a book. The applicant is jealous of her calm appearance. His only solace comes in remembering that she's probably nervous too, but is just better than him at hiding it. After what feels like an eternity, the interviewer opens the door. The interviewer calls the woman's name, and she stands up, tucking her book under her arm. The applicant wishes her good luck, and she nods before going into the other room. Minutes pass. The applicant tries to soothe his nerves by tracing the patterns in the carpet with his eyes, but it's no use. His mouth feels extremely dry. He can feel his tongue sticking to the backs of his teeth and weighing down his lower jaw. He gulps, trying desperately to ease the dry sensation. The secretary had asked him if he wanted some water earlier, but he declined, like a fool. This might be the last chance he gets before he goes into the interview. Hesitantly, he waves to get the secretary's attention. Then, in a hoarse voice, he asks for a cup of water. As the secretary goes to get the water, The applicant glances back down. He could swear the pattern on the carpet had moved, but that couldn't be possible, could it? He needs to focus. He tries to cross his legs, but can't. Something seems to be holding his leg down. Before he can even register what's happening to him, the applicant starts to feel woozy. Something is very wrong here, but the applicant can't do anything about it. He feels weak and cold. Darkness starts to creep into his vision, and then everything around goes black. Meanwhile, the interview is going smoothly. The woman being interviewed is calm, put together, and seems qualified for the position. The interviewer has gone through enough people today to have a pretty good idea of who's going to be invited back, but there's still one more person to speak to. Right now, as he absently shakes hands with the woman and wishes her the best, really he's thinking about what he'll order for lunch. Salad? Maybe a burrito? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rings out from the waiting room. The woman and the interviewer both rush to the door and throw it open. They see the secretary, her face ashen, her outstretched hand pointing at the last applicant of the day, slumped over in his chair. Dead. The offices of Gilbert and Evans soon go into lockdown. It doesn't take long for the paramedics to realize that something isn't right about the applicant's body. The interviewer and the secretary both assumed that he died of a sudden stress-induced heart attack. Obviously, it's a tragedy in someone so young, of course, but not completely unheard of in the legal field. However, the body doesn't show any signs of having suffered cardiac arrest. There's also the fact that the applicant didn't make a noise before he passed away, not even a gasp. In fact, it seems he went very peacefully, all things considered. But the strangest thing about the applicant's corpse is that there's not a drop of blood in his body. Not only that, but there's no blood at the scene. There are no obvious puncture wounds, but how else could a man have been drained of blood so quickly? With no other possible explanation, the death of the applicant is treated as a murder, and the city's top homicide detective is called in. The detective questions the woman, the secretary, and the interviewer, and they all tell the same story. The applicant seemed nervous, which was to be expected. He asked for water, and then while the secretary was out of the room, he dropped dead. The detective conducts a thorough examination of the room. Nothing out of the ordinary, not even stains in the carpet. Well, apart from the wet spot where the secretary dropped the cup of water in shock. The detective's best theory is that someone must have used a pump or some kind of machine to drain the applicant's blood. But the logistics of something like that happening seem unlikely. The secretary didn't see anything. There are no visible signs of a large machine even having been in the room. There's no depression marks in the carpet. No one heard the telltale sounds of machinery. As the detective examines the room further, the witnesses are escorted away, and the other officers turn their focus to checking the hallways. The building's doorman is questioned about any suspicious characters who might have come into the building that morning. Perhaps one of the other interviewees was trying to boost their chances of getting hired by eliminating the competition. After a thorough examination, the detective heads back to the station and starts to complete the paperwork for the case. It's far from the worst death the detectives ever investigated, but something about it sticks with him for the rest of the day. As he scribbles his notes, thoughts bounce around inside his head. The applicant's death is worse than gruesome. It's confusing. Why would the killer have picked him as a victim? Why, if the killer was a fellow applicant motivated by jealousy, would they have only stopped at one victim? The case is so puzzling, the detective almost forgets to take his shoes off before getting into bed that night, something he regularly does when he's consumed by a case. He counts himself lucky to live alone. He slips off his shoes, places them next to the bed, and drifts off to sleep. The following morning, the detective wakes up. He checks his phone to see if the crime lab had any revelations during the night that could potentially crack this case. Nothing. Disheartened, he starts his day. He swings his legs out of bed, but something is wrong. As soon as he puts his feet down on the carpet, he feels a heavy weight pulling down on them, as though something is grabbing onto them. The detective looks down. Something wide and flat has engulfed his foot entirely, something that's the same color as his bedroom carpet. The detective tries to scream, but the more of his body that's engulfed by the carpet, the more he's overcome by a wave of exhaustion. He feels cold and numb, two things that he knows are symptoms of rapid blood loss. At that moment, he understands what happened to the job applicant. By the time anyone questions his absence from work, the detective will be long dead, a victim of the same mysterious blood loss that he'd been brought in to investigate. Naturally, when a detective investigating a mysterious death falls victim to that same mysterious death on the very next day, the SCP Foundation takes notice. The Foundation was quick to lock down the Ponderosa Plaza building and the detective's home, and deliver amnestics to everyone present. As far as the witnesses know, nobody but police or paramedics ever arrived on the scene, and both the applicant and the detective died of unfortunately timed heart attacks. The carpets in both locations were eventually removed and replaced at a discounted rate by a trusted local business called Superior Carpet Professionals. This was done to hopefully prevent any further deaths caused by SCP-522, the blood-sucking carpet. SCP-522 looks at first glance like an ordinary swatch of red, geometrically patterned carpet. When being observed by more than one person, it's completely inert. But if a victim is left alone in a room with it, it will rip itself from the floor, wrap around whatever body parts it can reach, and insert thousands of microscopic filaments into the victim's skin. SCP-522 can suck every drop of blood out of a living creature in a matter of minutes. Once the victim is completely exsanguinated, the creature lets its prey go and returns to its spot on the floor as if nothing happened. When another person enters the room, they find a blanched corpse that appears to have just dropped dead while nobody was looking. While the sample in Foundation containment is bright red, this color, in fact, has nothing to do with the creature's gruesome diet, and instances of SCP-522 can appear in any color of carpet. Further investigation into the creature's structure has uncovered that this is because the carpet itself isn't alive. It's merely become infested with a mysterious and aggressive form of unknown slime mold that thrives in carpet fibers. For this reason, anyone working with SCP-522 is required to wear a full hazmat suit and go through standard decontamination procedures after leaving the containment cell. As we learned from the case of the unfortunate detective, it's all too possible to create new instances of SCP-522 simply by standing in a previous instance and tracking it onto the carpet in another location. This is backed up by anecdotal evidence suggesting that instances of SCP-522 have never been recorded attacking victims who live in shoes-off households. SCP-522 is fed a live pig or animal of equivalent size once a week. This schedule is somewhat arbitrary, as it's unclear how long the organism can actually survive between feedings. Like many ambush predators, it can be very patient when it wants to be. Outside of testing conditions, absolutely no personnel are permitted to enter SCP-522's enclosure without supervision. The carpet mostly behaves like an animal, but seems to have a limited intelligence or at least a higher awareness of its surroundings. Through animal and human testing, the Foundation has been able to determine that the carpet can tell the difference between a sentient person and an animal. If a D-Class is made to stand in the center of SCP-522, while another observes from the other side of the room, SCP-522 will remain inert. The same happens if a rat is placed on SCP-522, while a D-Class observes. But when two rats are placed in the same positions, SCP-522 will simply attack and exsanguinate one despite the presence of the other. Tests involving a D-Class standing on top of the carpet while a rat observes yielded the same results. So, SCP-522 only acts when it isn't being observed by human eyes specifically. It is yet to be determined if SCP-522 knows a human witness would be able to raise an alarm and warn away future victims. Despite seeming to be aware of the difference between humans and animals, however, it doesn't seem to be able to account for the cameras that are constantly filming within its enclosure. When presented with an opportunity to hunt, seemingly nothing can stop SCP-522 from engulfing its prey. In one test, Foundation personnel stapled the carpet to the floor to see if this would impede it. A D-Class was made to stand in the center of the carpet. SCP-522 showed considerable strength when ripping the staples out of the floor and quickly engulfed and exsanguinated the D-Class. Another test was done with a heavy desk partially placed on top of SCP-522, while a D-Class was also standing on it. SCP-522 was actually able to wriggle itself out from under the desk, exsanguinate the D-Class, then slip itself back under the desk. Given how easily the SCP-522 organism can spread, and how stealthy and persistent a hunter it continually proves itself to be, the Foundation has naturally considered if it may have some potential real-world applications. If the right controls were put in place, for example, it could serve as the perfect tool for covert political assassinations. Attempts are underway to breed and cultivate more of this organism in the lab, pending approval.
For now, thanks to the Foundation's efforts, the only known surviving instance of SCP-522 exists in containment. But given that it can spread to any carpet, it is recommended that all of our followers give their carpets a thorough clean. Maybe start leaving your shoes at the door when you come home, just to be safe. And if you're looking to renovate or move into a new home anytime soon, you should probably consider sticking to hardwood floors. The alarm screamed, lights flashed, panic hit the apartment complex like a storm. People rushed out in a blur, doors slammed, footsteps thundered. A family of 3 pushed forward, struggling against the frantic crowd. The mother kept a tight grip on her son's hand. The father led the way, shoulders hunched, clutching a duffel bag packed with their most precious belongings. "Stay close," the mother shouted over the noise, her voice sharp with fear. Her grip on her child's hand was ironclad as she scanned the corridor for a path through the panicked crowd. In the chaos, amidst a sea of fleeing residents, one figure stood still. His attire, a red-striped shirt and a whimsical beanie, made him stick out like a sore thumb. His calm was unsettling, his eyes hidden behind round glasses, scanning the crowd with an eerie detachment. No one looked at him in their panic. No one except... The little boy tugged at her mother's hand, pointing. "Mom, why isn't he scared?" Before the mother could muster a response, the alarm choked off as abruptly as it had started, and a voice washed over the PA system, its tone unnervingly calm.
"False alarm. Please return to your apartments."
Relief washed over the crowd in a visible wave. "Let's head back," the father said, his voice still carrying an edge of unease. As the river of people reversed its flow, the family of 3 turned back towards their apartment. The little boy glanced over his shoulder, searching for the oddly dressed man, but the man in the stripes was gone. Unbeknownst to the boy, a strange wave began to ripple quietly across the wall behind him. Silent and stealthy, this undulating shadow trailed the unsuspecting family down the dimly lit hallway, following them all the way to their doorstep. Once the family of 3 was back inside their apartment, the door clicked shut with a solid thunk. The little boy immediately went to the window, his little face smushed up against the glass, his eyes scanning the empty street below for any hint of the striped oddity. But the figure he was looking for was not in the empty street down below.
What are you looking at, darling?
His mother's voice pierced the silence, sharp and sudden, snapping him back to the room. Sounds of clanging pots and the rhythmic chopping of vegetables filled the kitchen as his mother busied herself with dinner. The domestic noises clashed eerily with the boy's rising tension. Slowly, the boy turned away from the window, his heart still racing.
"In the hallway, I thought I saw..."
His voice trailed off, still distracted by the images swirling in his head.
"Go wash up for dinner, honey,"
his mother instructed, brandishing a spoon with a flourish, as if to shoo away his lingering fears. Obediently, the boy slugged off to the bathroom, the image of the peculiar striped man still spinning in his mind.
"Make sure to wash those hands like a good boy would,"
his mother demanded from the kitchen. The little boy sighed deeply.
"Yes, Mama,"
he replied, his shoulders slumping with defeat. Even if he told her, or even his dad, what he had seen in the hallway, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't believe him, not in a million years. The little boy proceeded to roll up his sleeves and twisted open the faucet. Water crashed into the basin, a mini cascade echoing in the tiled room. As he lathered his hands, meticulously scrubbing between each finger like a good boy should, something eerie began to unfold just behind him. The bathroom wall, usually so plain and inert, started to warble. It pulsed subtly, the paint and plaster undulating like the surface of a disturbed pond. But the boy, absorbed in the serious task of washing the germs from his hands, remained oblivious to the wall's strange ballet. Turning off the tap, he reached for the towel. The wall behind him was now more liquid than solid. It was then that a soft, chilling whoosh filled the air, a sound far too sinister to be wind. From the rippling wall, the striped man emerged, materializing silently. He stood there, a ghastly figure with empty eye sockets that stared unblinkingly at the small boy's back. As the boy dried his hands, his gaze remained fixed on the mundane task, unaware of the menacing entity just inches away from him. Just as the striped man took a step towards the boy, with a final swipe of the towel,
the boy flicked off the bathroom light, plunging the room into darkness. The mirror's reflection blinked out, the striped man's ghostly image swallowed by the sudden night. Oblivious to the close brush with danger, the boy skipped back to the kitchen, to warmth and laughter and light. He sat himself down at the kitchen table, pulled out his notebook, and began to draw. His crayon skated across the paper, tracing the outlines of the striped man he had seen. His parents, meanwhile, continued their culinary dance in the kitchen, chopping and stirring and seasoning, creating a symphony of scents that filled the air. They were too wrapped up in the task at hand to notice the subtle shift in the atmosphere, the way the air seemed to hold its breath, waiting. As the boy added the final touches to his crayon creation, unbeknownst to anyone in the room, that same strange warbling wave crawled along the floorboards like a serpent, circling around the family. The boy's parents laughed over a shared joke, the sound a bright contrast against the creeping dread just a few feet away from them. Then, a sudden chill swept through the room. The rhythm of chopping vegetables was almost soothing, the knife in the father's hands making a consistent thud as it met the cutting board. Beside them, the wall began to move like a wet wave of water was trapped beneath its surface. A few steps away, the little boy glanced up from his drawing. His eyes widened with fear, and he clutched his crayon so hard it snapped. Paralyzed with fright, he watched as the wallpaper's pattern began to swirl hypnotically, distorting into a liquid-like flow. The boy's heart raced. Terror clutched his throat so tightly that he could barely breathe. The boy's father, still unaware of the nightmare unfolding beside him, continued chopping the vegetables. It wasn't until the boy's face drained of color, his small body stiffening in terror, that the father realized something was wrong.
Hey, you okay, bud?
He asked his son. As the striped man fully materialized beside his father, the boy's wide eyes filled with an unspeakable horror. The figure turned, its head tilting curiously, as if amused by the boy's fright. The little boy could only lift his little hand and point behind the father. Still blissfully unaware, the father casually turned around to see what his son was so terrified of. And there, standing impossibly close, was the man in the striped shirt and beanie. The father's mouth dropped open to shout, to warn, to protect, but no sound emerged. In a flash, the striped man reached out, his hands finding the father's jaw, stretching it open with a supernatural ease that defied human anatomy. The silent scream finally broke free from the boy. His piercing shriek filled the kitchen as he watched this nightmare invade his reality. The striped man turned his head slowly toward the sound, his empty eye socket seeming to stare straight into the boy's soul. The mother whirled around, her son's scream still ringing in her ears. The wooden spoon was clutched in her trembling hand, a useless weapon against what she saw. She screamed. Her husband's body was contorting violently, his limbs jerking, twisting in ways they shouldn't. And then, the striped man climbed inside him. A sickening crunch echoed through the kitchen, the sound of bones breaking, a shell cracking open. Then came the yellow liquid, thick, oozing, seeping from his mouth, dripping onto the cold kitchen floor. Panicked, she grabbed her phone to call for help, but the striped man was quicker. He slid out from the father's collapsed form, his body malleable and shifting unnaturally as he moved towards her. They tried to run. The boy bolted for his bedroom, his heart hammering, praying he could reach safety, close the door, disappear. But his mother wasn't as lucky. The striped man caught her in the hallway, his hand stretched forward, grasping, unrelenting. Her last scream echoed down the hallway as the man repeated his horrifying entrance, her body contorting unnaturally as she transformed into another ghastly puppet. In his bedroom, the little boy heard the muffled sounds of struggle and his mother's final scream. Tears streaming down his face, he crawled under his bed, his small body trembling. With the crayon he found beside his stuffed animals, he reached out and scribbled on the wall. His childish handwriting was shaky with fear. Waldo found Mommy. The boy remained hidden, too scared to move, waiting for a rescue that seemed increasingly unlikely to arrive. The boy held his breath, hoping, praying to be overlooked. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a soft, eerie, popping sound, like the air being squeezed out of the room.
The boy peeked out slightly and saw the striped man materialize out of the wall right in front of his bed. Frozen with terror, the boy couldn't scream. He couldn't even move. He could only stare as the striped man stooped down, his face coming into view. Where his eyes should have been, there was nothing but smooth, pale skin, stretched taut over the hollows that should have held them. His skin was almost translucent, giving him a ghostly appearance that made the boy's heart race even faster. The striped man tilted his head, as if curious, peering at the boy under the bed. The lack of eyes made his gaze all the more unnerving, as if he were seeing in a way humans could not comprehend. His breath was a cold draft, smelling faintly of the same sickly sweet decay that emanated from the yellow liquid. The little boy pressed further back under his bed, his small body shaking uncontrollably. He knew he couldn't run, couldn't hide any longer. As the striped man reached under the bed with his arm, the boy squeezed his eyes shut. His tiny fists clutched the crayon he held, as if it could somehow protect him. That evening, a neighbor stepped out into the hallway to do some laundry. The smell hit him first, a sharp, metallic tang that made his stomach churn. Then he saw it, the mother's body, grotesquely contorted and covered in bizarre, cartoonish illustrations, lying just a few doors down. Her face, frozen in an expression of terror, was almost unrecognizable. Shocked and horrified, he stumbled backwards, fumbling for his phone to call the police. His hands shook as he explained the situation, his voice barely a whisper as he urged them to hurry. The police arrived quickly, their presence marked by the flashing lights and the low murmur of radios. They cordoned off the area, their faces set in grim lines as they took in the scene. The detailed report they filed later that night pinged the attention of the SCP Foundation, known for monitoring such anomalies. Under the guise of government health inspectors, a team of SCP agents was dispatched to the apartment. Clad in nondescript suits with badges that offered little explanation, they entered the apartment with a single goal: to investigate and contain any potential anomalous threats. The team leader signaled for silence as they stepped through the doorway, their senses on high alert. The apartment was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant hum of traffic and their own measured breaths.
Scan everything,
the team leader whispered, nodding to the agent with the biosensor equipment. The agent nodded, moving ahead to sweep the living area, where faint traces of the yellow liquid still glistened on the walls. As they moved deeper into the apartment, another agent, the team's photographer, took careful shots of the scene. As the tech specialist scanned the area with a device designed to detect anomalous energy signatures, their eyes widened.
It's off the charts here,
he muttered, his eyes fixed on the readings. Whatever happened, it was highly potent. Suddenly, a soft, eerie popping sound echoed through the apartment, like the quiet burst of a bubble.
Do you hear that?
One of the agents asked, tilting her head. There was a faint sound, almost like breathing, but when she listened again, it was gone.
Stay focused,
the team leader barked, giving her a sharp look. They continued, moving toward the bedrooms. That's when the team leader felt it, a sudden chill. She turned just in time to see a figure materialize from the wall behind them. It was the man in the striped shirt and beanie, his face eerily smooth and eyeless.
Contact!
She shouted, her hand darting towards her weapon. But before she could draw, the man in the striped shirt was upon her. With supernatural speed, his hands reached for her face, prying her jaw open with eerie precision. He twisted his body, contorting it as he prepared to crawl inside her. Her body spasmed violently as he slid into her mouth, the sound of her bones crunching under the strain of his invasion echoing through the apartment. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflected a final glimpse of horror before her face was obscured by his entering form. The remaining agents scrambled, their shouts and commands creating a cacophony of desperation. They fired their weapons as the man emerged from the fallen agent, his form shimmering like a heat haze, bullets passing through him as if he were nothing more than a wisp of smoke.
Fall back!
Another agent yelled, but it was too late. The man appeared suddenly from the shadows, his arms unnaturally extended to snatch and pull the agent towards him. The agent's screams were cut short as the man forced his way into his abdomen, contorting the agent's body in sickening angles as he maneuvered through him. Another agent tried to run, her footsteps thundering down the hallway. but the striped man intercepted her with horrifying fluidity, his body stretching and twisting to block her path. With a swift motion, he unhinged her jaw with his hands. Her mouth was now permanently agape in a silent scream as the striped man climbed inside. Moments later, she dropped to the floor, another grotesque puppet adorned with those macabre illustrations. The last standing agent watched in horror, unable to move. As the man in the striped shirt turned his featureless gaze upon him, the agent knew escape was impossible. In a desperate last act, the agent managed to pull out his radio, his voice trembling as he transmitted a mayday call to the command center.
My unit's been compromised.
They're all gone. The subject, he can pace through walls, take over bodies.
We need assistance ASAP. Help!
His transmission was abruptly cut off as the man in the striped shirt enveloped him, his body contorting as he entered through his mouth and exited through his pelvis, leaving behind yet another corpse marked with twisted, cartoonish figures. In the silence that followed, the apartment was a tableau of horror, each agent transformed into a grotesque testament to the man's deadly capabilities. The man in the striped shirt simply phased back into the wall, disappearing as swiftly as he had appeared. In the dimly lit room of the O5 Council's Emergency Command Center, the air was heavy with a somber tension. The council members sat around the austere table, their faces gaunt, each line etched by the night's grim revelations.
We're playing chess with a ghost,
murmured the head of the council, breaking the oppressive silence.
The time for underestimating our striped friend has long passed,
declared another council member. He cleared his throat and continued.
Henceforth, he shall be designated SCP-4885. Let this name be a reminder of our failure and our resolve.
Nods of agreement circled the table as the gravity of naming the striped man, SCP-4885, settled among them. It was a formal acknowledgement of the anomalous threat, a commitment to containing it at all costs.
We need a containment strategy that mirrors the unpredictability of SCP-4885 itself, one that's as slippery and elusive as the entity.
Another member chimed in, sparking a torrent of tactical brainstorming. The result? Procedure Inveniant Eum, a masterclass in adaptive strategy, as intricate as it was desperate.
This plan will harness chaos itself,
the chief strategist outlined, pointing to the dizzying array of flowcharts that now filled the screens.
36 Class 17 containment chambers, each a piece in a larger, mobile maze, connected not by fate, but by a cryptographically secure random dance of numbers.
The strategy was laid bare. A D-class subject, chosen for his mental resilience, would become the unwitting lure, ferried unpredictably among these chambers by an autonomous vehicle. Each chamber was rigged with a single digital monitor, its screen destined to flicker with the live coordinates of SCP-4885, information visible only to those with the highest clearance.
Keep it disoriented. Keep it chasing shadows,
the lead strategist added, her voice laced with a mix of determination and the macabre humor that had become their coping mechanism. Her eyes flicked across the room, daring anyone to counter her plan. Dispatched to the scene were agents trained for just this sort of pandemonium, a special task force with nerves of steel and not a jot of patience for supernatural antics. At the secured facility, they prepped the containment chambers, each agent moving with the precision of a well-oiled cog in a larger, desperate machine.
Check every seal, every circuit.
Barked the team leader as they inspected the self-driving vehicle and its network of chambers. The D-class subject was equipped with a tracking device and briefed under heavy surveillance. The randomness of his movement through the chambers was crucial to luring SCP-4885 without falling into a predictable pattern. Then, the D-class subject was placed into the vehicle. The self-driving vehicle hummed to life, its path dictated by the unseen hand of the random number generator. The chambers lit up, one by one. This was a high-stakes game of musical chairs that none wanted to lose.
Monitors live? Let's hope our ghost likes the show,
quipped another agent as the first location data blinked onto the screen, a digital beacon in the dark. SCP-4885's location was only visible to Level 5 personnel and those directly involved in the containment effort. Hours ticked by, each passing moment stretching the tension thinner. The agents watched, their eyes flickering between screens as the D-class subject was shuttled from chamber to chamber, a pawn in their elaborate trap. Then, a flicker on a monitor, a shadow within a shadow. SCP-4885 had taken the bait. The containment chambers, scattered like pieces on a chessboard, were now conduits in a circuit of confusion, each transport adding another layer of disorientation to the entity's plight.
Looks like our ghost is getting dizzy,
muttered an agent, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the entity's faltering movements. The final chamber locked into place, a digital fortress now holding what they hoped was an imprisoned specter. Back at the command center, the council watched the culmination of their plan. Screens displayed the containment chamber holding steady, the location data a constant beacon.
Is it contained?
Whispered a council member, almost afraid to break the spell. Theoretically, replied the head of the council, his voice dry. SCP-4885, the Foundation's own elusive version of Where's Wally, or Where's Waldo in the States. That is, if Wally had a penchant for phasing through walls and killing anyone unfortunate to spot him. Jokes aside, SCP-4885 does bear a striking resemblance to the character Where's Wally from popular children's puzzle books, characterized by its iconic red and white striped shirt and beanie. However, unlike its benign counterpart, SCP-4885 is distinguished by its paler skin and the absence of eyes, contributing to its unsettling appearance. Classified as a Keter-level anomaly, SCP-4885 poses significant containment challenges. To safeguard the specifics of its initial discovery, all related information was expunged using an automated system to prevent any unauthorized knowledge of its origins. In terms of containment measures, SCP-4885 is secured within Class 17 containment chambers. These chambers are strictly regulated, with stringent access controls. No personnel are permitted within 100 meters unless absolutely necessary, under threat of immediate amnestic treatment and termination of employment as mandated by the Ethics Committee. The management of SCP-4885 extends to its derivatives, known as SCP-4885-1 instances. These are monitored through an advanced AI system named FAR2.AIC, which has substantial access to CCTV systems, 80% coverage within the United States, and 40% globally. Should an SCP-4885-1 instance be detected, specialized Foundation drones are deployed to discreetly relocate these entities to a secure location known only as Location I, the coordinates of which are known solely to FAR2.AIC. In the scenario where Location I is compromised or its secrecy breached, emergency protocols outlined in document Paint the Town Yellow are activated. This involves the establishment of a new Location I and the unfortunate but necessary notification of death to the immediate family of the personnel involved to maintain operational secrecy. SCP-4885 exhibits dangerous capabilities, including the ability to teleport to any individual aware of its or its derivatives' locations. It can phase through solid objects and is known to attack individuals by entering through the mouth and causing fatal internal damage. This ability makes SCP-4885 not only a physical threat, but also a severe risk for information security within the Foundation. Thus, the containment of SCP-4885 requires a multifaceted approach, combining high-level security protocols, advanced technology, and strict information control to mitigate the risks associated with this unpredictable and dangerous entity. All in all, SCP-4885 and its kin demand the kind of security that makes Area 51 look like a walk in the park. So the next time you think you see Wally, maybe just pretend you didn't. After all, ignorance is bliss. Or in this case, it's just safer.
The man and his dog walked across the farmland, the early morning sun casting long shadows on the earth. Another day, another trip to the chicken coop to feed the birds. The dog trotted alongside him, content, while the man soaked in the silence, unaware of how quickly that was about to be shattered. But as they neared the coop, something felt wrong. The usual pecking and clucking was gone, replaced by eerie silence. Several chickens lay motionless, their bodies twisted unnaturally, feathers matted with dried blood. Their eyes were wide open, frozen mid-scream. The dog's tail shot straight, hackles bristling. A low growl rose in its throat. Then it erupted into a sharp, frantic bark, eyes locked upward. The man followed its gaze. At first, all he saw was sky. Then, a sound. A buzz like a mosquito, but deeper, meaner. He squinted, and there it was. A drone, hovering high above, sleek and metallic, its proboscis glinting in the sun.
Great.
the man muttered, the words low and dry, the anger bubbling under the surface. Just great. He grabbed several rocks from the ground and hurled them at the drone. The rocks missed by a good 5 feet. The drone buzzed off into the sky, seemingly in retreat. The man stood still. Even though the drone had disappeared, he knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. By nightfall, the man still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He stood at the stove, stirring a pot of stew, but his focus was slipping. His dog was pacing back and forth, barking at the windows and the darkness beyond. "Relax," the man muttered, but it came out more like a reflex than anything that might calm the dog. He tried to ignore it, shoving the unease down as he flipped through the TV channels, letting the hum of the screen drown out the barking. But the dog wasn't having it. Its barks grew more frantic, like it could sense something the man couldn't. The man exhaled sharply, annoyed. He looked out the window. Nothing. Just the dark, empty yard. But then, there it was again. That low, buzzing hum. It hovered behind the tree line, waiting for the perfect moment, like a predator eyeing its prey. It could feel him, the man. He was its target. The drone wasn't done yet. It wasn't going anywhere until it had its revenge. Inside the house, the man could feel it. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, but he didn't look outside. Not yet. The dog's barking escalated, high-pitched, frantic. It was almost desperate now. The man ignored it. He locked all the windows, trying to push it out of his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, that buzzing sound stayed in his head. The drone was still out there, watching him, waiting. The next morning, the man went about his day. He peered outside, half expecting the drone to be hovering there like some eerie metallic sentinel. But the sky was clear, and for a brief moment, he felt something he hadn't in a while. Relief. He sighed, the weight on his shoulders easing just a bit. Maybe it was just a fluke. Maybe he could finally get some peace and clean the side of the house. He grabbed the industrial hose. No more procrastinating. The dirt had been building up for far too long. He started spraying down the side of the house, the water blasting against the grime. His dog, ever the watchful companion, was barking again, though. He ignored it, focused on the job. He didn't even glance back. Behind him, though, something was happening. The drone reappeared, ominously hovering just above him. It came in slowly at first, like a shadow, its presence growing heavier with each beat of its rotors. The dog saw it, of course. The dog always saw it coming, but the man was too busy to notice. In a flash, the dog ran. Without thinking, it jumped onto the man, knocking him to the ground just as the drone swooped down, its metallic proboscis just inches away from the man's face, a heartbeat away from disaster. The man's eyes widened as he hit the dirt, his breath catching. "What the—" He turned his head and saw the drone, quickly realizing just how close he had come to being skewered. The dog was already backing away, standing guard, like it knew it had just saved the man's life. The man scrambled to his feet. He grabbed the industrial hose and turned it on full blast. He aimed at the drone. The water shot forward with such force it could have knocked a brick wall down. The drone easily outmaneuvered the stream of water. It quickly retreated, buzzing angrily as it fled back into the sky. The man stood there, panting, watching the drone go. He gave the hose one last shake, muttering to himself, "Well, that's one way to spend my morning." That night, while the man and his dog ate dinner, the atmosphere in the house felt a little off. The dog, who had been calm moments ago, suddenly tensed up. His ears pricked and his eyes locked on the window. The man paused mid-bite. His dog's sudden shift wasn't just paranoia. The animal was sharp, and the man knew enough now to listen. He set his fork down and cautiously walked toward the window, the dog's low growl growing louder with each step. He peeked outside, eyes scanning the darkness. Nothing. Just the moonlit yard and a few stray shadows. But of course, the drone had no intention of being seen. From its hiding spot behind a thick tree, it observed them. Its sensors focused on the man and his dog, monitoring every slight movement. It didn't need to get any closer. Not yet. It had all the time in the world. Back inside, the man turned away from the window, sighing. "Nothing," he muttered to himself. The dog's growling hadn't subsided. It was just too quiet. The man grabbed the phone and dialed the police. This had to be dealt with. When the officer picked up, the man wasted no time.
Listen, I've got a drone on my property. It's been stalking me, and it's acting like it's ready to attack.
The officer interrupted, voice flat.
Sounds like a prank, sir. Maybe some kids messing around.
The man's grip tightened on the phone.
I'm telling you, it's been circling my house all day.
There was a pause, followed by a slow sigh from the officer.
Sure, okay. Just stay inside and keep your doors locked, all right?
The man didn't even bother to respond. He hung up, muttering curses under his breath. The man closed the curtains, then turned off the lights throughout his house, one by one. It was time for bed. From its position outside, the drone's sensors flickered, adjusting as it tracked the man's movements through the windows. It watched as the man moved through the house, one last trace of light left as he shut off the final switch. The drone's systems blinked with irritation. The dark was its enemy. Without the glowing outline of the man's figure behind the curtains, it had no clear way of knowing where he was. It had lost sight of its prey. The man stood in the silence of the dark. He couldn't help but feel that it wasn't over. The drone, wherever it was still out there, lurking. The next morning, the man had to venture outside the safety of his home again. This time, it was to till the fields. He took a long look around before stepping out of the house. No sign of the drone. He walked to the barn where his tractor was stored, trying to shake off the unease crawling up his spine. He glanced at his dog, who had gone completely still, ears pricked and eyes fixed on the horizon. But the dog didn't need to bark this time. The man knew better. His dog was growling a warning, and his dog was never wrong. Without a second thought, the man broke into a run toward the barn. His boots hit the dirt hard, each step more frantic than the last. His dog followed just behind him. They reached the tractor and jumped in. The man breathed a sigh of relief as the tractor door slammed shut. His heart was pounding, but then it hit him. He didn't have anything to defend himself with if that drone came at him again. His shotgun, his hunting gear, everything was a few feet away in the shed. The same shed he'd have to sprint to from the field he'd be tilling if things went south. He gritted his teeth and braced himself. The drone hovered just out of view, watching from behind the barn door. Its sensors tracked every movement, every shift in the man's stance. It was patient. It knew the man would slip up sooner or later. And then the tractor door creaked open. The man stepped out of the tractor and made a dash for his hunting gear. Before he could blink, the drone dove at him like a bullet. But just in the nick of time, the man turned around, shotgun in hand, and fired. The blast rang out, and the drone jerked back, clipped in the underbelly. It didn't drop, but it did pull away, buzzing furiously as it went. The man exhaled a breath he didn't know he'd been holding, watching the drone fly off into the distance. He'd done it. He'd scared it off. For now, at least. He grinned to himself, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. He'd protected himself, protected his property. The drone wasn't going to ruin his day. He hopped back into his tractor, his loyal four-legged friend beside him. The engine roared to life, and together they drove off to the field surrounding his house. The tilling went by uneventfully at first. The tractor hummed steadily, cutting through the soil as the man focused on the task. But then he noticed his dog, his loyal four-legged friend, acting a little off. The dog, used to having the windows down to sniff the air, now just stared out the window, looking miserable. His wet nose pressed against the glass, the longing in his eyes obvious as he tried to get a whiff of the breeze that always made him happy. A small knot of guilt formed in the man's gut. He knew what the dog wanted. The dog looked back at him, eyes wide, ears perked. But the man hesitated. What if the drone was still lurking? What if it came back the second he let his guard down? He scanned the skies. Nothing. No sign of the drone. He sighed, giving in to the dog's pleading gaze. The last thing he wanted was to deal with a sad, sulking dog for the rest of the afternoon. He reached over and carefully began to turn the window handle. The dog's tail started wagging immediately, and it licked the man's face. The joy was contagious, and for a moment, the man actually smiled. The drone hovered directly above the tractor, a silent predator waiting for its moment. The moment any crevice creaked open, it would be ready. No more games. The drone's systems buzzed quietly, as the man was just about to give it what it wanted. The tractor's passenger window slid open. The dog immediately threw his head out, ears flopping in the wind, breathing in the fresh air like it was the best thing he'd ever smelled. And then, it happened. Seemingly out of nowhere, the drone descended from above, its proboscis shooting down with terrifying precision. It struck the dog's skull, sinking in with a sickening thud. The dog yelped once, sharp and desperate, and then went completely limp before the man even had time to react. His heart froze. The world seemed to stop. He slammed his foot on the brake, the tractor skidding to a halt. He didn't even register the sound of the engine grinding to a stop. His hands shook as he reached for the dog, but there was nothing to do. His loyal companion was not moving. The drone, like some twisted creature of the night, hovered beside the open window, its proboscis still glistening with the remnants of its strike. The man's chest tightened with rage. He grabbed his shotgun, his fingers trembling as he aimed at the drone. Several blasts rang out, but they all missed. The drone darted away with a mocking buzz, faster than the man could fire. Grief, fury, and helplessness churned inside him, but he was too late. The drone was already gone. And his dog? His dog was gone too. Beside himself with grief, the man carried his beloved four-legged friend back to the house. His shotgun hung from his shoulder, but it might as well have been made of paper. Tears streamed down his face as he trudged across the dirt, his chest tight with sorrow. Beside the front porch, he dug a grave for his dog, every shovelful of dirt feeling like it was digging into his heart, too. When the hole was deep enough, he gently placed his friend inside, the weight of his grief crushing him as he stood over the fresh grave. With a shaky breath, he whispered,
"I'll kill that thing, if it's the last thing I do."
That night, the man ate dinner alone. His dog's empty bowl sat beside him like a cruel reminder. He couldn't look at it without feeling the sharp sting of loss in his chest. The food, the silence, everything felt wrong. Emotion bubbled up in his eyes again, and just as he wiped the tears away, a faint buzzing filled the air. From just outside, the drone hovered, its sensors locking onto the man in the kitchen. It wouldn't leave him alone, not until it had finished what he started. The man's head snapped up, and he saw the drone hovering outside his kitchen window. The thing was trying to break in. It bumped into the glass, a soft thud, then another, each bump more aggravated than the last. The man stood up, shaking. Without a second thought, he closed the shutters, and he closed the shutters on every other window in the house, locking them tight. But as he stood there, breathing heavily, he knew it wouldn't stop there. He waited, listening, trying to understand what its next move would be. The buzzing faded, but just as the man began to sigh with relief, the buzzing grew louder as the drone came closer to the house. This time, it went for the front door. It slammed its proboscis against the knob, pushing, testing, looking for a way inside. The man bolted to the door, throwing a chair in front of it to block the drone's relentless assault. His hands shook, but he did it anyway. He backed away, trying to catch his breath. He flopped onto the couch, exhausted. He thought he was safe now, inside his home, behind locked doors. He wasn't. The drone circled the house, its frustration growing with each failed attempt to break through. Its proboscis thrusted uselessly against the door, but it couldn't get in that way. It knew that, but it wasn't done. The man had attacked it. He'd hurt it, and it would make him pay. The drone flew around the house, searching for a weak spot. The windows locked. The door barricaded. It scanned the perimeter of the house. There had to be an entry point. Its internal systems started chiming with glee. It found a weak spot. The chimney. The one place the man hadn't thought to protect. The drone hovered toward it, its systems calculating, planning. Grief-stricken and defeated, the man sat aimlessly on the couch, staring into space. The drone's buzzing was the last thing on his mind, until he heard something else, a soft rattle. The rattle grew louder, turning into a steady, unyielding hum. His heart dropped into his stomach as he realized where it was coming from. The drone emerged from the fireplace. The man jumped up in terror, his heart hammering in his chest. He turned and ran through the house, the drone hot on his heels. He grabbed anything he could, a book, a chair, a vase, and hurled it at the drone. The drone dodged each item effortlessly, buzzing toward him relentlessly, never slowing. Desperation clawed at the man. He dashed through the house, trying to lose it, trying to escape, but there was no escaping. In a panic, he threw open the refrigerator door, and by some miracle, with sheer blunt force, He knocked the drone to the kitchen floor. The man stood there, gasping for air, heart racing. His mind was a blur of confusion, half expecting the thing to jump back up and finish what it started. But the drone lay there, still. It was almost too quiet. He exhaled, a shaky breath of relief. He was done with this. He had won. Hadn't he? He took a cautious step forward, eyes narrowed, ready for whatever move it might pull next. And then, just like that, the drone sprang to life. Its proboscis shot out like a snake striking in the dark. Before he could react, it hit him. The man gasped, his world starting to fade to black. The last thing he heard was the whirl of the drone's blades. Then nothing. SCP-160, an anomaly classified by the Foundation as Euclid. Let's talk about this little flying nightmare, shall we? What we have here is a Quadriflyer Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, the UAV, measuring about 1.1 meters across at its widest point. It looks like something you'd expect from the next-gen tech catalog, but of course, the fine details have been conveniently wiped clean. No manufacturer logos, no identifying marks, just a sleek, untraceable machine, because clearly the world needed something like this. Now, SCP-160 operates autonomously with no apparent external control. It's essentially a flying predator. Its behavior is reminiscent of birds of prey, except this one's made of metal and hell-bent on finding its next meal. This drone actively hunts small animals, rodents, rabbits, miniature dogs, you name it. Once it locks onto its prey, it dives down at insane speeds, impaling the unfortunate animal with a metallic proboscis. That's when the fun begins. It injects a highly caustic substance, liquefying the internal organs of its victim and draining the resulting slurry. Bon appetit. It doesn't have much interest in humans or larger animals, usually. That said, if you happen to annoy it, this drone has no problem defending itself. And we're talking brutal self-defense. One jab from its proboscis, and you're in for excruciating pain, possibly death, as your organs liquefy from the inside out. And don't even think about tranquilizing it. Attempts to use tranquilizer darts? Useless. SCP-160 is made from entirely non-biological components, rendering such methods ineffective. There was even talk about using an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, to disable it, but higher-ups vetoed that idea. Why? Because it might cause unforeseen collateral damage, which sounds like a fun day at work. SCP-160 was discovered following a series of missing pets in a town, suspiciously vanishing, only to be found later in various less than pleasant states. After several pets had gone missing and reappeared lifeless, the Foundation was alerted. Upon investigation, SCP-160 was quickly identified and captured. Further searches in the area turned up many small animals, including cats, rabbits, and miniature dogs. SCP-160 was transported to a secure site, where it's been kept under tight control ever since. SCP-160 is stored in a secure biocontainment chamber, where it is to be fed live prey, usually rabbits or similarly sized animals, once per week, all via an automated system, because letting anyone get too close is a bad idea. Experiments require approval from at least 2 Level 3 personnel, and any personnel entering the chamber must wear an armored suit at all times. So the next time you cross paths with a drone like SCP-160, maybe try talking it out. I'm kidding, it won't listen. Do yourself a favor, run. Don't throw rocks, don't try to fight it, just run. Because if you don't, you'll end up regretting it when your organs turn into a puddle. It's really not the kind of life lesson you want to learn.
It was one of those Parisian mornings that made you think everyone must be living in a painting. The sun was out, the Eiffel Tower gleamed in the distance, and the city was buzzing with the usual touristy chaos, even though it was still 1951. But inside a small, drab apartment just off the Rue de la Paix, a much less picturesque scene was unfolding. A very large man sat at his kitchen table that was nearly buckling under the weight of the mountain of food he had managed to pile on it. He was alone, but it didn't seem to bother him. His stomach, round and swollen, spilled over his waistband like a bloated river. He shoveled food into his mouth with a kind of savage delight, his hands greasy and covered in crumbs. He wasn't eating, he was devouring. A parrot, his beloved companion for years, perched nervously on the open windowsill, watching the spectacle with growing anxiety. Its green feathers fluttered slightly in the breeze, but its beady black eyes never left the man. It was almost like the bird was praying the man would stop.
But the man wasn't stopping, not even close.
Oh yeah, this is life.
The man mumbled in French between bites, his mouth too full for coherent speech. His cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's. He paused for a moment, looking around with a satisfied grin.
What's that, Polly? Oh, nothing? Well, you don't know what you're missing.
The parrot made a soft, nervous sound in response. It fluttered its wings and shifted uncomfortably. It knew something was wrong. Then came the noise, a strange gurgling sound. At first, it was so faint the man didn't notice, but then it grew louder, more pronounced. The parrot's feathers fluffed up as it tilted its head, eyes wide in horror. The man paused, his hand halfway to his mouth with more food. He looked down at his belly, then back at the parrot, as if he had finally noticed something was off. A low, wet, bubbling sound gurgled from deep inside him, unnatural and wrong. It was as if a pot of soup was simmering beneath his skin. His fingers tightened around the edge of the table, knuckles white, breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He looked at his own stomach, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, with a disgustingly loud burp, the man leaned back in his chair, his hand pressed to his stomach.
Oh, that wasn't normal.
He groaned in French.
Maybe the fourth plate of sausages was too much. What do you think, Polly? Should I have a fifth?
The parrot squawked and flapped its wings, ruffling its feathers like it was trying to escape the scene, but no such luck. The man's stomach gurgled again, this time much louder, and then the man exploded. It wasn't just a simple, cute pop. No, this was an all-out eruption. A twisted, gory fireworks display, splattering everything in its path. The parrot screamed, the word coming out faster than it could process it. The parrot shrieked, its feathers plastered with pieces of human flesh. It tried to shake them off, frantically flapping its wings, but the pieces were stuck like sickly souvenirs from a disaster movie. The man was gone, but the parrot was covered, head to tail, in his remains. It looked like a creature straight out of a horror show.
Mon Dieu!
The parrot muttered, as if it could even process the nightmare that had just unfolded. It flew out of the window with one final, panicked flap. As it soared into the beautiful Paris sky, pieces of the man's flesh began to fall, raining down like tragic confetti. Meanwhile, down below, a couple, hand in hand, strolled near the Eiffel Tower. They were newlyweds, blissfully oblivious to the mess of human gore falling from the sky.
Isn't it beautiful here?
The woman asked, eyes sparkling, as her husband snapped a photo of her in front of the tower. Absolutely, he grinned, completely lost in the moment, adjusting the camera's settings like an amateur. A piece of flesh fell from the sky, landing just a few inches away from them. It hit the ground with a sickening splat. The man didn't see it. Neither did the woman. They just kept walking, kept giggling. They were in love, in Paris, and nothing could ruin this moment. Above them, the parrot was still flying in a panic, trying to shake off the remnants of its dearly deceased owner. More flesh dropped scattering on unsuspecting people down below. The newlyweds, still lost in their own little world, strolled into a nearby cafe. They found a seat on the terrace, basking in the late morning sun, the world feeling just right. They ordered coffee, croissants, the quintessential Parisian breakfast. The waiter smiled at them, and they smiled back. And all the while, the parrot continued its flight above, still desperately trying to rid itself of the disgusting keepsakes it had been left with from its owner. The parrot's panic was now a full-blown emergency. With one last act of desperation, mid-flight, the parrot plucked a blood-drenched feather from its side and, in a gesture that could only be described as pure revulsion, spat it into the air. The feather tumbled, swirling as it fell, leaving a trail of blood drops that scattered in every direction like twisted confetti. 2 drops landed. One hit the croissant, the other the cappuccino. The couple, they were too busy being hopelessly, nauseatingly in love to notice. The woman took a delicate bite of the croissant, as if it were the most sacred thing in the world. As her teeth sank into the flaky, buttery goodness, she didn't feel the tiny drop of blood that had seeped into it. She didn't taste it. She just smiled and sighed, blissfully unaware of the bizarre fate the universe had decided to hand her. Her partner, eyes half closed, leaned back and took a long sip of his cappuccino, the blood drops sinking unnoticed into the foam. "Perfect," he muttered, savoring the taste. If only he'd known what he'd just consumed. The couple continued their feast, oblivious. They didn't see the parrot still circling above them, trying to shake off the last pieces of their gruesome passenger. The couple didn't even notice the tiny bits of human flesh falling like sickly rain around them, splashing on the cobblestone streets or landing on random bystanders. The city was too beautiful, and they were too in love. But all good things must come to an end. Their honeymoon had been a whirlwind of romance, croissants, and incredible coffee. But like all perfect things, it had a time limit. A few weeks later, they boarded the plane home, and that's when things took a strange turn. Something wasn't right. The couple, who had once been wrapped in a warm, blissful bubble, now sat next to each other in uncomfortable silence. The warmth that surrounded them wasn't the kind of warmth that came from love or passion. No, this was different. It was an internal heat, a fire they couldn't escape. The woman wiped her brow with the back of her hand, her face flushed, her eyes squinting. She looked at her husband with a confused frown.
"Do you feel hot?"
He pulled at his shirt collar, trying to loosen it.
"Yeah. I thought it was just me."
They exchanged a quick look, but neither of them had an answer for the strange discomfort creeping over them. Their earlier bliss had quickly dissolved into a dull unease. A flight attendant passed by, looking overly chipper.
"Can I get you anything else to make you more comfortable?"
The husband smiled weakly.
Water would be good, thanks."
She nodded and returned a few moments later, placing napkins and water in front of them.
"Here you go. Anything else?"
The woman shook her head, trying to smile, trying to look happy and grateful, but the sweat on her brow told a different story. The flight attendant walked away. With every passing moment, the couple just felt worse. The heat was growing, crawling up from their stomachs to their heads. The plane had become an oven, the air too thick to breathe, yet there was no obvious reason for it.
"Maybe the plane's just too hot,"
the husband muttered, pulling at his collar again. He reached for the water, but it didn't help. It didn't do anything. Nothing helped. Not the water, not the napkins, not even the air conditioning. When they finally made it back home, things took an even stranger, more unnerving turn. It wasn't immediate. Nothing ever is. But after a few weeks, the couple's appetites had become a bottomless pit, and it wasn't just the usual vacation cravings. No, this was different. They found themselves standing in front of the fridge at all hours, just staring at it, like zombies. They opened the door, peered inside, and started eating without thinking. It was like a primal instinct had taken over. Suddenly, nothing else mattered. Nothing but the gnawing hunger that called at them from the inside. Two mouths, wide open, eyes glazed over. They devoured whatever they could find. Leftovers from last night's dinner, half-empty jars of pickles, cheese that was maybe a week past its expiration date. It didn't matter. If it was edible, it was fair game. The fridge became their new best friend. They just couldn't stop. One evening, the tension finally bubbled over. The last piece of chicken, sitting there on the dinner table like a cruel temptation, was just waiting for them to fight over it, and predictably, they did. They both reached for it at the same time. Their hands met in midair, fingers brushing, like some sad, twisted dance.
No, I was gonna eat that,"
the wife screeched, her voice high with the desperation she was too embarrassed to admit.
"Oh, you gotta be kidding me."
The husband shot back, grabbing the chicken and pulling it closer to his plate.
"I saw it first."
The fight didn't even make sense. They were both stuffed, but the chicken, that sad, last little piece, was like some kind of sacred prize. Their first fight wasn't about anything important, just food, yet it felt like everything. Voices rose, tempers flared, the argument spiraled into a mess of accusations and ridiculous claims. At some point, it all became a blur, like two animals fighting over the last morsel of meat from a hunt. And then, the wife snapped. Without warning, she stormed to the kitchen, slamming the refrigerator door open.
"Fine,"
she shouted, her face twisted in anger.
"I'll just make myself my own dinner."
She pulled out an entire chicken from the fridge like it was the Last Supper. Without thinking, she set it on the counter and began to prepare it, cutting it up with a feverish, almost violent energy. The husband sat at the table, shocked for a moment.
His hand reached for the last piece of chicken on his plate, then dropped it. Something nudged it out of his daze. With a slight chuckle, he walked into the kitchen and smiled at his wife.
Well, look at that. Our first fight. This will be a good story to tell the grandkids, huh?
But the wife wasn't having it. Not now. Not when she was starving, practically shaking from hunger.
Are you serious?
She hissed, her face flushed.
Can't you see I'm starving? What's wrong with you?
She shoved him away, as if his presence was the last thing she needed.
You ate the last piece. You don't understand.
Her breath was quick, sharp, her entire being focused on one thing. Food. More food. The husband backed off, his attempt at humor falling flat.
Hey, I didn't mean to...
But she didn't listen. The absurdity of it all was lost on her. The argument was ridiculous, yes, but her hunger? Her hunger was something else entirely. Something very real. She finished cooking the chicken, her hands trembling with frustration as she piled her plate high. The husband, too stunned to say anything else, just stood there in the kitchen doorway, watching the woman he'd married devour an entire meal like it was the last one she'd ever have. And for some reason, it felt like it was. The tension didn't let up. It built, like the slow burn of a fire that nobody notices until the whole house is engulfed. Several weeks later, the wife's sister showed up, expecting a warm welcome and stories of their romantic Parisian adventure. She had visions of croissants and Eiffel Tower photos, of love-filled conversations and laughter. But when she walked through that door, she found something else entirely. The couple was different. They were, for lack of a better word, bigger. Sure, they had gained weight, but it wasn't just that. Their once cheerful, carefree energy had transformed into something less endearing, something raw, something aggressive, something hungry. The wife was sitting at the kitchen table, elbows deep in what appeared to be a tub of peanut butter, dipping a spoon in it like it was her job. Her eyes were glassy, and she was making strange, content noises as if she were in a trance. Her husband was pacing, his hand constantly moving to his mouth, shoving crackers into it like his life depended on it. Every so often, he'd stop, wipe his mouth, and glance at the fridge like it was a secret lover he couldn't quit. The sister, standing in the doorway, had the kind of expression you'd expect when you've just walked into a crime scene.
Oh my God,
she muttered under her breath before forcing a smile.
You guys look amazing. How's everything been?
The wife didn't look up. She just took another spoonful of peanut butter and without even chewing, mumbled,
Great.
The husband paused in his pacing.
Yeah, great, if you're starving all the time.
The sister, feeling awkward, shuffled into the living room, eyeing the couple as if they might attack at any moment.
So, Paris, huh? How was it? Any fun stories?
The wife lifted her head, crumbs falling from her mouth.
Stories? Oh, sure, a lot of stories. But we've been busy.
She licked some peanut butter off the lid, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The sister, trying to make small talk, glanced at her.
You look different. Have you been eating well?
The wife narrowed her eyes. The sister stammered, her eyes flicking to the husband for support, but he was too busy with his crackers, looking completely uninterested in helping her out. She looked back at the wife, who had somehow now managed to finish an entire jar of peanut butter.
Are you pregnant?
There was an uncomfortable pause.
Excuse me?
The wife snapped, standing up so suddenly that the chair scraped loudly against the floor.
Pregnant? Are you calling me fat?
The sister froze, her face turning beet red.
I just thought, well, with the, size change, maybe you had a bun in the oven?
There was a silence so thick you could cut it with a knife. The wife's eyes went from shock to rage.
A bun? You think I've got a bun in the oven?
She spat the words out like they were poisonous. The husband, completely unfazed, shrugged.
What's wrong with a bun? We all need a bun.
The sister was now regretting every word she'd ever spoken in her life. She took a small step back, trying to hide behind the doorframe.
I didn't mean anything by it, I just...
Before she could finish, the wife stormed past her into the kitchen.
I'm starving,
she muttered, practically kicking open the pantry door.
There's never enough food in this house.
Meanwhile, across the street, an elderly neighbor had been watching the whole exchange through her window. Her old eyes narrowed with a smirk with the unfolding scene. She'd been watching for weeks, ever since the newlyweds moved in. She had a perfect view of their kitchen and living room. She'd seen everything. The endless trips to the fridge, the food hoarding, the strange stares. She peered through the curtains, one hand on her chin like she was observing a wildlife documentary.
"Oh my," she muttered with a grin. "It's getting worse."
Back inside the house, things were escalating. The husband, looking confused and defeated, started rummaging through the pantry like he was looking for the Holy Grail.
"Where is it? Where's the last box of cereal?"
he muttered, as if he hadn't just eaten an entire pizza an hour ago. The wife, now holding a frying pan, turned around.
"What are you doing?"
she demanded.
"This is my meal. Don't even think about it."
The sister, realizing she was clearly out of her depth, tried to make a quick exit. She grabbed her purse and made her way to the door, but not before the wife shot her a look so cold that it felt like a punch to the gut. The husband didn't even acknowledge the sister as she rushed out the door. He was too busy rifling through the junk drawer in search of something, anything to eat. As the door slammed shut behind her, the elderly neighbor, still watching from across the street, leaned back in her chair, content. She took a slow sip of her tea.
"Ah, the honeymoon's over,"
she said with a smirk.
"Let's see how long they last now."
Later that night, the inevitable came, and it came with a ferocity that no one, least of all the couple, could have anticipated. The wife was sitting at the kitchen table. She was halfway through a bowl of leftover pasta. She slurped down the spaghetti, not even bothering to chew properly. Her eyes were distant, glazed over, consumed by this insatiable hunger that had long passed the point of normalcy. Then, it happened. A low, gurgling noise erupted from deep within her. The sound was grotesque, like something was boiling inside her, just waiting to escape. Her body stiffened, and for a moment, her eyes locked onto the plate in front of her, as if she thought it might save her. But it was too late. Her chest heaved, her face contorted in agony, and with a horrific, unearthly pop, her body exploded. It wasn't like a balloon popping, no, it was a full-on eruption. Flesh, blood, and half-digested pasta splattered across the room in every direction. The force was so powerful that the walls were splattered with pieces of her body and the table was flipped over in the chaos. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the husband, who had been sitting across the table, froze. His eyes, wide and glassy, stared at the empty space where his wife had been, his mouth still open, the spoon hovering in midair, forgotten. He blinked twice, slowly processing what had just happened. He didn't scream. He didn't even flinch. He simply reached over, as though it was the most natural thing in the world, and took the bowl of pasta off the floor. He didn't even bother to check if it was safe. He didn't care. He ate it, shoveling the food into his mouth without pause, his eyes still locked on the empty space. As he chewed, he heard a strange gurgling sound. It was faint at first, but then it grew louder. The gurgling turned into a deep, unsettling rumble. He looked down at his stomach, his eyes growing wide with realization. His breathing became shallow, his fingers tightening around the bowl. The rumbling grew louder, more insistent. He could feel it in his gut, the pressure building, the boiling heat. It was coming for him. He knew it was coming for him. In a final, desperate attempt, he shoved the last of the pasta into his mouth, chewing like a man who thought he could outrun death with carbs. He chewed faster, more frantically. His eyes were wild, his breath ragged. The explosion was just as violent as the wife's. His body detonated with a force that sent pieces of him flying in every direction. The kitchen was destroyed in an instant. The walls, the ceiling, the counters, nothing was safe from the fallout. It was as though the entire house had been hit by a bomb, and in a way, it had. The room fell into silence once again. Across the street, the elderly neighbor, who had been watching from her kitchen window, didn't know what to do. She'd been spying on them for weeks, those strange, hungry people across the way. She'd seen their odd behaviors, their constant trips to the fridge. But this was something else. Her hands started shaking. Did she really just see that? 2 people explode? She took a few steps backward, clutching her chest. Her mind raced, trying to convince herself that what she saw was just a trick of the light, or maybe it was just her age catching up to her. Dementia? No, she had seen it with her own eyes. The horror, the explosions. She grabbed the phone, dialing the police with shaking hands. As she relayed the bizarre circumstances she witnessed to the dispatcher, The anomaly was pinged by the Foundation, who was always watching and always listening. By the time the emergency responders arrived, the scene had already been secured by the Foundation. Their agents had already disguised themselves as paramedics, moving quickly and efficiently, as if this was just another day at the office. They swept through the house, carefully taking photos and collecting evidence from the remnants of the explosion. Samples were taken, blood and tissue analyzed, the walls and floor scanned for signs of anything unusual. They moved with a precision that was almost surgical, as if the horror they were witnessing was just another puzzle to solve. By the next morning, photos of the incident had been leaked to the national media. The coverage was everywhere. 2 people just poof, gone. No warning, no reason. Some reporters claimed it was a freak accident. Others suggested it was some sort of serial killer on the loose. Regardless of the context, the public couldn't stop talking about it. People speculated, hypothesized, and made up stories. They needed answers. The Foundation tried to control the narrative, but the only thing they could do was plant seeds of doubt that these apparent cases of spontaneous human combustion were nothing but a hoax. SCP-081 is a delightful little virus that turns your unhealthy eating habits into a literal explosive event. This virus, which can be spread by rats, intimate contact, or even infected blood, gets to work by hijacking your fat cells and immune system. Its goal? To make you eat everything in sight until your body reaches a point where you explode in a fiery, uncontrollable burst of internal combustion. The virus progresses in 4 stages. First, you start off feeling a bit fatigued, like you've just had a rough week, but nothing too alarming. Then, in the second stage, your body starts to get hot, really hot. Hot flashes hit you like you're in the middle of a heat wave, and you develop an insatiable hunger. You can't stop eating. By the third stage, you're consuming food like there's no tomorrow, but no matter how much you eat, the hunger never goes away. Your body's metabolism slows to a crawl as you gain weight faster than you can count your calories. Finally, in stage 4, your body reaches 55% body fat, and that's when the real fun begins. At this point, you'll be so full, so bloated, and yet still hungry that your body will start to turn on itself, and you'll spontaneously combust. The explosion is violent, fiery, and a little too much like a bad cooking experiment gone wrong. SCP-081 first gained attention after a series of spontaneous combustion cases in the early 20th century, with the infamous incident involving Mary Reeser in 1951. However, it turns out this virus isn't a new phenomenon. It's been around since 1763, possibly even longer, and most of those earlier mysterious, spontaneous combustion incidents can likely be chalked up to this virus. It wasn't until the 20th century, with increasing access to food and a drop in malnutrition, that SCP-081 cases skyrocketed. The virus's spread and infection rate are higher in modern times, particularly in places like North America, where the average person is more likely to be well-fed and overfed. SCP-081 is now classified as a Euclid hazardous pathogen, though the real kicker is that the virus only affects those with a particular genetic predisposition to fat accumulation. So, in the grand scheme of things, the lesson is, next time you're about to chow down on that second plate of lasagna, think twice. You might just go out with a bang, and not the kind you're hoping for. Oh, and for the diabetics out there, congrats, you are immune. Not that it really helps anyone else when they're literally bursting at the seams. An empty bottle shatters against the ground, sending shards of glass across the tarmac. The teens, fueled by adrenaline and cheap booze, are having a wild night, and it's just getting started. After getting booted from the local arcade for causing a scene and grabbing some greasy budget burritos from a local Mexican takeout joint, their journey led them here, the local park. For the 2 high school seniors, the playground equipment was the perfect canvas for their artistic vision. They laughed as they planned the graffiti and lewd sketches that would cover the slides and monkey bars by dawn. But before any of that can happen, a wave of childhood nostalgia washes over them. Why not go on some of the rides, for old time's sake? It's not like anybody would ever know what they did here tonight. And they're right, in the worst way possible. Little do they know, something extremely dangerous is lurking. Something that wants to cause them terrible, terrible harm, in a way that, even after it happens, they'll never truly understand. By morning, as the first rays of sunlight glint off the dew-soaked grass, it becomes clear the teens never made it home. Their panicked parents call the police and register their concern. This isn't like them. They never stay out this long. The search begins. Calls go out to local radio shows and TV stations. Concerned citizens staple missing posters to telephone poles. By evening, the streets and nearby woods are filled with volunteers, walking in lines, clutching flashlights, calling out names into the approaching darkness. The police bring in the usual suspects, locals with a criminal history that indicate they might be a danger to local teenagers, but it doesn't turn up any meaningful evidence. Meanwhile, halfway across town, a cleaner employed by the local council sweeps up the glass from the broken whiskey bottle at the playground. As the mother watches the cleaner dump the broken glass into a garbage bag, her little boy is playing on the jungle gym with his friends. The mother's hand snakes towards her pocket, then stops. She fights the urge to reach for the pack of smokes, worrying what the other mothers will think of her if she does. It's been a stressful month, the latest of many. She doesn't have time to worry about anything else. Hell, she hasn't even heard about the missing teens.
Mommy, look how high I can climb!
She forces a smile as she watches her boy reach the top of the ropes. That smile almost becomes genuine when she sees how happy her son looks. And then her phone starts to ring. It's him. Again. Her husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, if he'll ever actually accept the divorce papers. She sighs and walks away from the playground for a moment. She doesn't want their son to hear them having another long-distance shouting match. When the humiliation ritual is over, she returns to the playground. Only something's wrong. She notices it immediately. Her son isn't there. She feels the panic pierce her chest in that instant, but tries to keep her composure. She asks one of the other mothers what happened, and they seem just as confused as her.
I think he just went down the slide, one of them says.
I wasn't looking, I'm sorry, says the other. The fear is impossible to suppress now. The mother screams her child's name, but there's no response. She climbs up the wooden structure and looks down the shaft of the metal tube slide. It's empty. Her voice echoes down as she calls the name again and again. Her horrified screaming just pours out the other side. Soon enough, one mother's panic infects the entire town. 3 missing people in 12 hours? 2 teens, 1 child? Could there be a kidnapper on the loose? It doesn't take the papers long to start running with it. Police search every inch of the playground, the fields beyond it, and even the nearby forest, but they don't find anything. The mother gives her statement to the police, and soon after, her estranged husband is also brought in for questioning. It soon goes from local news to national syndication. Extra police are soon sent in from external departments to widen the search, as phones within tens of miles of the incident give the frightening buzz of Amber Alerts. The first 24-hour window is the most important, but as the hours draw on, the hopes start to dwindle, and the local police precinct is starting to catch flack for their ineptitude. One person who isn't getting that same blowback is the mother. Soon enough, she's America's favorite terrified mother. Her email inbox is full of tabloid newspapers and online outlets begging for exclusives. They want to know how she's feeling right now. Does she have any theories as to what happened? Is there anything she'd like to say to the man who presumably has her son locked up in some basement compound? The mother is part of every search party, every night. She tromps through the undergrowth, shouting her son's name. But soon, the tone of the search starts to change. Police and search parties stop walking through forests and knocking on doors. Instead, they start trawling riverbeds and digging through gravel pits. Nobody says it, but the subtext is clear. They're not looking for a little boy anymore. They're looking for his body. Little by little, even the most ardent supporters start to peel away. It's not exciting anymore. It's grim and depressing. But even that isn't nearly as awful as what's about to happen. Slowly, at first, and then with all the speed and intensity of an avalanche, the media and then the public begins to turn on her. The headlines go from being kind and sympathetic to indifferent description of just how long the fruitless search has gone on, to active cruelty. Doesn't the mother seem like she's taking all of this too well? Doesn't she seem, a little suspicious. The headlines are the lit match thrown into the tinderbox. The conspiracy theories start flying online. Internet sleuths intent on getting to the bottom of this, to finding a more believable angle. They unpack the details of the case in the most unfavorable light imaginable. Did she smile during that press conference? There must be some kind of ulterior motive here. There must be some secret underneath the surface. And as you'll find out later, there is. Just not the one anyone here would expect. The mother is still getting hundreds and sometimes thousands of messages every day, but the tone of these messages has changed with the media's depiction. I know what you did, you monster. You can't keep getting away with this. How can you live with yourself, killing your own little boy? Did you dig a big hole for him, lady? I'm gonna dig a bigger one for you. But the messages aren't nearly as chilling as the maniacs who show up at her house. It starts with shadows, figures moving through the bushes at night, barely visible in the glow of the porch light. Then come the sounds, the dull thud of rocks against the siding, the occasional crash of something heavier smashing against a window. In one instance, someone even shot at the facade. When the police came over to investigate, she sensed an undertone of, "Everything always happens to you, doesn't it?" underneath the sympathetic smiles. Her car has been ruined by horrific graffiti multiple times. The tires slashed, the windows cracked, the doors keyed. Every single way that a person can suffer an indignity, short of physical violence, she seems to be suffering it. She even sees YouTubers and podcasters hiding in their cars, filming her as she takes out the garbage for B-roll in their documentaries about her perceived wrongdoings. She cries too much. She doesn't cry enough. Don't her eyes look like a murderer's eyes? But she'll even take all the pain that comes with being awake over the horrors that invade her dreams. Well, it's only ever one dream, actually. She's there on the day that her boy went missing, standing with the other moms at the edge of the playground, watching her little boy. Except in the dream, nobody has a face. They're all blank and smooth, with voices that sound like muffled nonsense. Her son calls out to her, and then, at the exact same time that it did in real life, her phone starts to ring. It's her husband again, her soon-to-be ex-husband. As though trapped by the certainty of the past, she steps away and answers the phone, moving liquid slow. Her husband's voice comes through the microphone next to her ear in an eerie monotone. "Why aren't you watching our boy?" She turns and sees him gone. Not just him, but everyone, as though she's completely alone in the world. She dashes over in a panic, though to her, that dash is in torturous slow motion. The words of the other mom ring with haunting clarity in her ears. "I think he just went down the slide." In a blur of panic, she scrambles into the slide, her breath coming in shallow gasps. Her hands slip on the smooth plastic, her knees banging against the sides as she crawls forward. But this time, she doesn't see the faint light of the other side, just an all-consuming darkness yawning before her, pulling her in like a void. She doesn't stop to think. That's when she hears it. "Mommy!" His voice. It's faint but unmistakable. She needs to keep going, but inside, the slide feels like a desperate and terrible infinity, endless loops in cold, dark metal. Every time she feels like she's getting close to seeing her son again, he gets just a little further away. Then, everything slips out of reach. She bolts upright in bed, gasping for air, her nightshirt clinging to her sweat-soaked skin. The slide. She knows she has to go back. It's not just a dream. It's something more. A pull she can't explain. The slide. She has to go back to the slide. And that's what she does. That night, she goes back to the playground, still cordoned off with police tape fluttering in the breeze. She ducks under the cordon, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and hope. She stands at the base of the slide, staring up at its hollow, gaping entrance. Her breath catches as she takes the first step, her fingers curling tightly around the metal rungs. They feel cold in the damp night air. She pauses at the top, and then summoning every ounce of courage, she throws herself forward, face first, her arms pinned tightly at her sides. The world blurs as she hurtles downward, the slide pulling her in faster than it ever should. And then, she's somewhere else. The throat of a deep cave, in complete darkness. The walls and ceiling close in tightly around her, the hard rock pressing against her body. She can't move, can't even wriggle her arms loose. She screams into the void, but the sound feels swallowed, crushed by the suffocating darkness. There's no echo, no sense of space beyond the tiny prison she's trapped in. She now knows what happened to her son. She just can't save him, or herself. To someone claustrophobic, what I just described is probably worse than an eternity in hell, but that's simply par for the course when it comes to SCP-1562, also known as the Carnivorous Slide. An anomaly where the questions it raises are every bit as unsettling as the few answers we have regarding its nature. To the untrained eye, there's nothing amiss about this particular anomaly. It's a metal tube slide, 11 feet long, 3.4 meters, and 7 feet high, 2.2 meters, part of an otherwise completely non-anomalous playground in a location that, for your own safety, will remain undisclosed. There's a good chance that even if you use the slide, you may not fall victim to its anomalous effects. That's because these effects are only activated when someone uses the slide in a very particular way. Namely, sliding down it on their stomach, face first, with their arms at their sides. When this condition is satisfied, the victim will disappear at some point during the slide, vanishing without a trace. To this day, despite the Foundation's best attempts to capture the phenomenon, it has never been directly observed. I cannot stress enough that this is very much a one-way trip, too. Nobody who has gone down the slide and disappeared has ever been recovered. Even when the Foundation has sent D-Class personnel down the slide with a tether attached to their bodies, the tether has been mysteriously cut when the person disappeared. All of this begs the unsettling question, where are all these people going? The best that the Foundation can estimate on this is that it's an extra-dimensional space, which has largely been described as an extremely cramped, cave-like environment where light ceased to work and mobility is extremely limited. Due to the position that victims are in when the anomalous effect takes place, they're rarely even able to move their arms. While here, beyond even experiencing the natural fear one would logically feel in this situation, they feel the sudden onset of panic and paranoia as their situation deteriorates. There have only ever been 2 Foundation experiments conducted on SCP-1562 before testing was suspended indefinitely. In the first, a member of D-Class personnel was tethered and sent down the slide, at which point he promptly disappeared, severing the tether. However, the long-range communication device left with the D-Class still worked. From his new location, he was able to describe not only the dark and cramped locale, but something wedged in the tunnel in front of him. He described a tiny shoe, like that of a child, laying in the tunnel in front of him. He also heard a voice talking and telling him to stop crying, even though he wasn't. When asked to describe his situation, he said,
I'm still headfirst on my stomach and my body's at an angle, but I'm in some sort of small tunnel and I'm stuck. I'm completely surrounded by rock or dirt on all sides. I don't have enough room to raise my head or move my arms, and I can't move forward. I really want to get out of here now.
Of course, there was no way for the Foundation researchers to get him out. Instead, they asked him about the other person who seemed to be trapped in there with him. The D-Class said,
He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know. But I don't think he was really talking to me because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm.
They then asked him whether the other person seemed to be moving.
I don't think so. He started crying and asking for his mommy, then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again. Please get me out now. Please hurry, my chest is...
Communication cut at this point, much to the distress of everyone involved. In response to this incident, another test was approved, this time using a member of D-Class personnel who has a smaller stature. The logic being that a thinner man might be more mobile in the enclosed space of SCP-1562's anomalous area, allowing for further exploration than the previous test subject. However, despite the difference in size, this D-Class seemed just as trapped and enclosed as the first. He reported the same disappearance of all light, the same shortness of breath, the same dirt and rock, the same tiny shoe just in front of his head. But then he started hearing a voice, one very familiar to the Foundation researchers, echoing from the dark. It was the voice of the previous D-Class. And it wasn't just his voice. He was saying everything that he'd said during the previous test at exactly the timings that he'd said it, as though someone was playing back a recording. Soon after, the voice stopped. The second D-Class's transmission was cut not long after, his last recorded words being, "Oh, thank God for that. I was starting to think that..." He was never heard from again. In light of this development, the lead researcher in the case, Dr. Carver, suspended all testing. To do any more would simply repeat the same result and sacrifice more lives to the Carnivorous slide. These days, the slide is quarantined in Testing Lab 46-V in Site 24, kept away from the public and from dangerously curious Foundation researchers who might repeat certain old mistakes. When you've done this job for long enough, you realize that sometimes not having an answer at all is kinder than knowing the awful truth beneath it all. The researchers and guards scream in terror as the creatures run rampant through the factory. Nobody ever imagined they could be so dangerous, and all for a little live entertainment. The janitor rolls his mop cart down the hall of his brand new workplace. It's his first day on the job, and he would never let anyone hear him admit it, but he's a little bit nervous. The building is a huge, fancy research facility, an intimidating, sprawling building, bustling with researchers in lab coats, executives in suits, and dozens of security guards. The previous place he'd worked had cubicles and a break room with a 20-year-old coffee machine, and this place had state-of-the-art technology and keycard locks on every door. Still, he was here to do a job, and that's what he was going to do. No use getting distracted by the intensity of the place when there are spills to clean, and apparently, there's a big one. As soon as the janitor had clocked in, a researcher had rushed over to tell him that he was desperately needed on one of the lower levels. So here he was, rolling his cart toward the elevator, holding the researcher's keycard in his hand. His own won't work to take him down to the appropriate level. His security clearance isn't high enough. He wonders, idly, why this company has such tight security, but figures that it isn't his job to ask that sort of question. Instead, he enters the elevator, swipes the card, and hits the button for LG-1. The elevator doors open with a ding, and the janitor wheels his cart out. Right away, he notices something off about this level. There are rows of massive glass boxes, filled with what look like giant fuzzy puppets. He can hear the usual sounds of chatter and footsteps, but there's also the clucking of chickens, the bleat of a goat. Are there farm animals down here? Maybe that's the source of the mess they were talking about, test subject animals or something. He continues past the glass boxes, searching for someone who can direct him toward the mess. As he walks, he feels dozens of eyes on him and stops to glance over his shoulder. His stomach drops as he sees that the creatures he thought were puppets have moved. They turn to face him as he passed by, eyes locked onto his back. Whatever these things are, they're alive, and they're all watching him. He shudders, but continues walking. At the other side of the hall, he can see a huge red spill on the tile floor. His footsteps quicken as he approaches the spill, and a metallic smell fills his nose. He had assumed it was some sort of leakage from machinery, but now, up close, he can tell it's blood. That's it. No paycheck is worth whatever's going on here. He turns to leave, abandoning the mop cart, and comes face to face with a giant furry thing at least 8 feet tall. It grins down at him, reaching toward him with outstretched arms. Before he can run, it wraps those arms around him and pulls him into an inescapable, bone-crushing hug. He struggles, but he can't break free. He can't breathe, the air squeezed from his lungs. In a halting, inhuman voice, the monster says,
"Teamwork makes the dream work."
Then, everything goes black. About 1 week after that janitor's ill-fated first day at work, the local police station received a video transmission from an unidentified man reporting an emergency at the facility. No further information was given, other than the exact location of the facility and the insistence that help be sent as quickly as possible. When the police arrived, however,
They quickly realized that the situation was above their pay grade and contacted an organization much more experienced with handling unusual occurrences, the SCP Foundation. The Foundation quickly arrived, administered amnestics to all witnesses, and investigated the area. There, they found something unlike anything they had ever seen before, and for the SCP Foundation, that was saying something. All human personnel at the facility had been terminated or were missing altogether. There was still activity present in the building, however, though none of it was human. There were anomalous creatures roaming the facility uninhibited. They did not resemble humans or any known animals, but instead looked more like costumed characters from a children's television show, along the lines of Sesame Street or Barney. The site manager's office was completely empty of any files, and all hard drives found within had been wiped. Every surface had been sterilized and cleaned to remove any DNA evidence or fingerprints. The anomalous creatures were promptly captured, though they did not go without a fight. Several of the creatures were heard moving through the vents and were unable to be removed due to their speed, agility, and excretion of caustic material. In the underground laboratory spaces of the facility, the Foundation agents discovered glass tubes filled with amniotic fluid, in which underdeveloped specimens were being grown. Agents also discovered containment chambers made of bulletproof glass, as well as pens filled with deceased farm animals, including cows, chickens, and goats. Once the Foundation had rounded up all of the creatures, the facility was blocked off from the outside world and given the official designation SCP-3325. SCP-3325 is an abandoned facility belonging to Real Characters Industries. The facility includes a recording studio, a series of underground laboratories, staff living quarters, storage, containment areas, and an industrial-grade incinerator. There are also several administrative areas, as well as a helipad on the structure's roof. The containment areas are home to a collection of biologically engineered organisms that bear a cursory resemblance to puppets or human beings wearing plush costumes, like those seen on children's television shows. For research purposes, these organisms have been designated SCP-3325-1. Despite their colorful appearance, which could even be mistaken for inviting and wholesome from a distance, instances of SCP-3325-1 are incredibly hostile to humans and any other organisms outside their own species. Though they are vulnerable to attacks with conventional weapons, these creatures lack any sense of pain and will continue to go after an intended target until they are effectively destroyed. In addition to their penchant for aggression, the instances of SCP-3325-1 are carnivorous and will eat any meat they are given access to. Thankfully, these organisms lack reproductive organs, so there won't be any baby plush monsters running around anytime soon. Instances of SCP-3325-1 behave in an unpredictable manner, though their most common activities are either staring at personnel blankly for long stretches of time, attempting to attack them, or repeating assorted canned children's television-friendly phrases in voices that Foundation personnel have described as unsettling and disturbing. Over the course of the initial discovery and containment of SCP-3325, SCP Foundation staff created an observation log describing all known types of SCP-3325-1. The breakdown is as follows. SCP-3325-1A. Long-necked avian organism with feathers, 3 meters tall. Its wings are redundant, unable to facilitate flight. Instances are able to reach a speed of approximately 72 kilometers an hour. Aggressive behavior patterns are similar to that of a cassowary. Instance frequently damages its beak by running into objects. Color varies. I've encountered cassowaries before while conducting field research, and let me just say, the dinosaurs never really did die out. They live on in those monstrous birds. But I digress. SCP-3325-1B. Bipedal reptilian organism, observed in colors of purple, green, and yellow. SCP-3325-1C. Bipedal organism covered in fur, 1 meter tall, able to sprint at speeds of around 60 kilometers an hour, observed to attack in packs. Upon acquiring a target, an instance will vocalize a random phrase, which elicits aggressive behavior in other nearby instances. Color varies. SCP-3325-1D. Unknown organism that hides in vents. Object is able to secrete and project a corrosive fluid. The appearance of the organism is unknown. Specimens have yet to be obtained. SCP-3325-1E. Bipedal reptilian organism, 5 meters tall, constantly sings in a distorted voice. The lyrics of its song are unintelligible, presumably due to malformed vocal cords. Only one instance has been encountered. The other observed variety of SCP-3325-1 is not one specific type of organism, but rather a collection of malformed creatures characterized by the presence of conditions that, in any other organism, would cause death shortly after, if not during, birth. These include but are not limited to necrosis, missing skin, tumors, additional organs in places where they shouldn't be, or other life-threatening deformations. As you might imagine, the appearance of specimens with this classification varies greatly. Following my initial research into SCP-3325, several addenda were added to the official file, consisting of several pieces of pertinent and often troubling media. The first was a brochure discovered on the floor of the facility, depicting a dissatisfied crying child standing next to a puppet, in contrast to an image of the same child laughing and clapping in the presence of an SCP-3325-1 specimen. In addition to these images, the brochure contains this text. In today's world, children are bored of animation, puppets, costumes, and even the once groundbreaking computer-generated graphics. They've seen it all. They know it's all fake. Children nowadays want more. But what is the next step in the entertainment industry? Think outside the box. We're not talking about puppets or any of those materials children know are fake. We, as humans, inherently need to associate with living, breathing creatures, not puppets or moving pictures. We're talking about real characters. Our goal is to provide children with characters that are alive, that will teach them how to manage their emotions and solve life problems realistically. You can't get more real than that. During a subsequent sweep of the facility grounds, an SCP Foundation employee discovered a videotape wedged between the wall and a large papier-mâché apple. Scrawled in pen across the tape's case were the words, "We shouldn't have played God." A transcript of the videotape's contents is included in the file's second addendum, which I will attempt to summarize for you now. The video depicts an unidentified woman standing next to a green instance of the cassowary-like avian species of SCP-3325-1. Two men stand behind the camera, directing the action. Context clues suggest that this tape was intended to serve as a demonstration of the facility's characters, possibly for potential clients or investors. At the start of the video, the woman expresses discomfort with the bird-like creature, which stares at her, still and unblinking. She is instructed to say her lines as scripted, but when action is called and the actress begins to speak, the creature bites her arm. One of the men steps in front of the camera to intervene, but the entity does not respond to his commands. Even when the man begins to strike the creature with a baton, it does not budge. Instead, it bites down harder and harder until blood is drawn. Security is called, and the footage is cut short. After the first tape was discovered, the Foundation conducted several more sweeps of the property in an attempt to locate any additional media they may have missed the first time. During a search of the security room, an officer's backpack was located. It contained several personal items, including a very expired yogurt, a Nicholas Sparks novel, and a bag of sour cream and onion chips. At the bottom of the bag, however, another tape was found. This one appeared to have been surveillance footage captured by security cameras. This was particularly notable, given that all other surveillance footage found at the facility had been destroyed or corrupted, most likely deliberately. To this date, this is the only security footage successfully recovered from SCP-3325. The footage depicts two figures, presumably security guards, standing on a catwalk, looking down at containment pens filled with instances of SCP-3325-1. Each guard holds a long pole with a device attached to the tip, appearing to function similarly to a taser or a cattle prod. The guards talk amongst themselves, joking about shocking the creatures for fun. One guard points out a particular instance of SCP-3325-1, which is standing still and staring dead ahead. The other guard points out another stagnant creature, which appears to be staring directly at the other guard. Disquieted by this, the guard decides to knock the entity's hat off of its head. He grabs an empty bottle, throwing it at the instance. The bottle collides with the hat, but the item does not budge. Instead, it breaks open and begins to bleed, revealing it to be a part of the creature's body rather than a costume piece. The two guards begin to panic at the sight of the security camera before asking Danny in the security room to take the tape. The second guard admonishes the first for his behavior, and the footage cuts. The next addendum to the SCP-3325 file is, in the opinion of this researcher,
the most disturbing. Field agents retrieved 79 steel containers from a storage area on the bottom floor of the facility. 41 of these containers contained human bodies preserved in a formaldehyde solution. Additionally, each container had documents attached detailing each person's name and position at the company, as well as the cause of their death. Causes of death listed included mauling, organ failure, necrosis, and scheduled termination. SCP-3325 is classified as Euclid. Currently, SCP-3325 is contained on-site, surrounded by a fence and guarded by no fewer than 4 security guards at any given time. Due to the isolated nature of the location, no further security measures have been deemed necessary. As for the specimens of SCP-3325-1, they are kept in large animal containment cells at a research sector whose precise designation has been redacted from official files. Each of these containment cells has an audio recording device inside. Each specimen is to be fed twice a day on a diet of raw meat, and no direct interaction between research staff and these specimens is permitted without first tranquilizing the entity. The effort to locate and contain all pieces of equipment associated with SCP-3325, as well as any documents pertaining to it, is an ongoing project. At this time, it's uncertain if any of us will ever know what Real Characters Industries was up to, and when it turned from an attempt to revolutionize the children's entertainment market to something far more sinister. What did the researchers discover that signed their eventual death warrants? Was the project truly abandoned, or just moved deeper underground, to a new facility staffed with fresh faces who won't ask too many questions? One thing is certain. Be wary of cuddly new characters that appear at theme parks, at birthday parties, and on-screen in the coming years. It's possible that these creatures are just actors in suits or life-size puppets, and all they want is a hug. But it's also possible that their wide, vacant eyes and friendly smiles hide an uncontrollable rage, an unpredictable intelligence, and a thirst for blood.
A businessman steps out of his hotel room holding a silver ice bucket. He looks up and down the empty hallway until he spots what he was searching for: an ice machine. He slips his room key into his pocket and heads down the hall towards the machine. As he waits for the machine to fill his bucket with ice, he glances around and spots something. There at the end of the hall, it looks like someone is sticking their head out from around the corner, watching him. But then they suddenly disappear. He doesn't think much of it. It's probably just some kid playing around. His ice bucket is only a quarter full. These old machines can be really slow. He looks around again and sees the same head poking around the corner, looking at him. He thinks it might be a young girl, but as he squints to get a better look, she disappears around the corner once again. The ice machine finally finishes filling his bucket. He picks it up and starts to walk back towards his room, but stops. He turns around and looks down the hall to see the same girl there again, watching him with a creepy, unblinking stare. "Do you want something?" the man asks down the hallway, but there's no response from the girl. She simply keeps looking at him. "Are you just going to keep staring at me?" That's exactly what she does. The businessman is really starting to get annoyed now. All he wanted to do was unwind with a drink after a long day at a job site. Why does this girl want to keep messing with him? He starts walking down the hall towards her. "I don't know what you think you're playing at," the businessman says as he walks down the hallway in her direction. When he gets halfway to her, she disappears behind the corner once again. But the businessman keeps walking and talking to her. "But if you don't stop messing with me, I'll..." He rounds the corner and sees nothing. There's a short hallway that leads to a maintenance closet, but no girl. Did she somehow slip inside the closet? He didn't hear the door, but she couldn't be anywhere else. He sets down the ice bucket on the floor and reaches towards the handle with more than a little apprehension. He feels uneasy for some reason, and maybe even a little scared. But there's nothing to be afraid of. It was just a girl, wasn't it? He grabs the handle and opens the door. "Aha! I've got you." There's nothing in the closet. Just a couple of mops, a bucket, and some cleaning supplies. He pushes the mops aside as if she could somehow be hiding behind them, but no. There's no place to hide or secret doors to be found. He really must have imagined the whole thing. It was a long day, and a long flight before that. He needed that drink. He sticks his room key into the door and pulls it out. A green light flashes and the lock clicks open. He grabs the handle to open the door when he realizes he's forgotten something. The ice bucket, the whole reason he left his room to begin with. He walks back down the hallway and past the Wait a second. Where's the ice machine? Isn't this where it was?
The alcove where he could have sworn he got ice just minutes before is empty. He looks around, up and down the hallway. Did he somehow get turned around? He walks to the end of the hall and turns the corner. Sitting there on the floor, in front of the maintenance closet door, is the ice bucket. He looks around, confusion on his face, and picks up the ice bucket. Back at his room, he puts his room key into the door. The lock flashes red. He tries the key again, and once more it flashes red. He tries the key a third time, and as he does so, the door opens. He looks up to see a large man standing in front of him. "Do you need something?" The businessman is confused. "What are you doing in my room?" he asks. "Your room," the large man responds. "Yeah, room 237. The large man looks annoyed. He shoves past the businessman and points across the hall. The businessman follows his finger's direction to see that he's pointing at another door, one that has the number 237 next to it on the wall. The businessman looks at the number next to the door he's been trying to unlock, 239. The businessman laughs nervously at his mistake as the large man pushes past him again and closes the door behind him. Back in his room, the businessman can finally sit down and pour himself a drink. He takes 2 ice cubes from the bucket and drops them in his glass before taking a long sip. Ah. He turns on the TV, but after watching for a few minutes, he finds that he's having a hard time concentrating. Whatever this show is, it moves too fast and he can't keep track of what's happening. He turns off the TV and picks up a book instead. Maybe some reading will help him to relax and get his bearings. He still feels really off. He opens the book, but gets confused. Is this the same book he bought in the airport? It looks like it's written in a foreign language. It's just a bunch of squiggles. He tosses the book on the table and yawns. It's not that late, but he's feeling really tired. He gets up, kicks off his shoes, and lies down on the bed without bothering to undress. He's too tired for that. He mumbles to himself for a moment, half awake, talking about how he needs to return that foreign book when he goes back to the airport. What were they trying to do selling him something he can't even read? He continues to mumble about the things he'll do to the cashier who sold him the book for a while until he finally drifts off to sleep. His eyes open. It's dark. He must have been sleeping for a while. The room is cold, too. He goes to pull the blankets up over him, but immediately realizes that he can't move. Try as he might, his body won't respond. Not a single muscle. Only his eyes seem to work. He's completely paralyzed. He can't even yell for help. What happened? And what is he going to do? Did he have a stroke? Is he dying? As his mind races through all the different possibilities, he suddenly sees something. From his bed in the dark room, he can just barely make out the door to his hotel room, and he is terrified by what he can see coming through it. A figure has appeared in the door, literally in the door, as if it is phasing through the solid wood. The man is scared to death as the thing fully enters his room and turns to look right at him. The man wants to scream, but his mouth is still completely numb. The figure starts crawling towards him. He can see now that it's small, smooth, and completely white. He fights as hard as he can, willing his body to move, but nothing happens. He can't so much as whisper. The thing climbs up onto the bed and sits down right on his chest. He prays that he is dreaming, telling himself to wake up over and over again as the creature leans his face in close to his. It seems as if it is somehow looking at him with its smooth, eyeless sockets. It tilts its head slightly to the side and... Welcome, I'm DrBob, and we couldn't be happier that you've decided to stay with us as we delve into SCP-5172, an extremely dangerous anomaly that is known by the extremely non-threatening name of North American Hotel Ice Machines. SCP-5172 is a phenomenon that only affects guests staying at hotels located on the North American continent. It is unknown how or what causes these guests to become affected, but those that are will begin to notice something. Ice machines in the hallway of the hotel they are staying in. Now you might think this sounds perfectly normal. After all, don't most hotels have ice machines? If you just had this thought, then I have some bad news for you, because there is a high probability that you too may have been affected by SCP-5172. You see, ice machines are actually extremely uncommon in hotels, and it is likely that you have never actually seen one, or at least not a real one. Allow me to explain. In the 1950s, the founder of the Holiday Inn chain of hotels, Ken Williams, had an idea that he thought would set his hotel apart and attract customers, which was to offer more perks and amenities than his competitors. For example, he implemented a new policy where children would be allowed to stay for free, something most hotels charged extra for. Hotels at the time also had a policy of making their guests pay for ice, but Williams decided to change that
by installing ice machines in his hotels. Sadly, the marketing stunt didn't work. The cost of the machines wasn't made up for in new customers, and the plan was discontinued by the mid-1960s. The vast majority of the machines were removed, with the rest being pulled from the hotels as they would break down, since they were no longer worth the expense of maintaining. Despite the fact that they only existed in hotels for a brief period of time, there is still a widely held belief among the public that ice machines can be found in nearly every hotel. In a poll of the general population conducted by the Foundation, over 80% of adults claim to have memories of seeing an ice machine in a hotel, a number that is quite literally impossible. Just where this mass delusion came from, or why it persists, is currently unknown, but it's theorized to be related to the SCP-5172 phenomenon in some way. The SCP Foundation first became aware of SCP-5172 in 1973 after a series of unsolved murders occurred at hotels in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Foundation investigators soon discovered the prevalence of false ice machine memories and installed a number of hidden cameras around the hotels in both their public spaces as well as in the rooms themselves. It was after viewing the footage captured by these cameras that the Foundation finally got their first look at just what happens during an occurrence of SCP-5172, which has been dubbed a Zalmunna event. The Zalmunna event is triggered whenever a guest at the hotel sees and then uses an ice machine. The moment they use the ice machine, the event cannot be stopped unless certain actions are taken, but more on that later. The targeted individual who used the ice machine will immediately begin to have the sense that they are being watched. This usually comes in the form of an unknown individual who appears to be looking at them from the end of the hall where the ice machine is located. Third-party observers are unable to see the person who is supposedly watching the target, nor do they appear on any recording devices, visual or otherwise. The targets have described the watchers in various ways, leading the Foundation to believe that they may actually be nothing more than hallucinations. Shortly after, the targeted individual will begin to experience feelings of confusion and fatigue, not dissimilar to the symptoms of early-stage dementia. The longer it takes the target to return to their hotel room, the more pronounced these feelings will become, and they will soon have issues completing everyday tasks and will experience short-term memory loss. Despite these feelings of fatigue and disorientation, targets report that their mind feels too active to fall asleep, anywhere other than a hotel room bed, that is. This feeling will usually cause the target to seek out their own hotel room, though they may have difficulty finding it due to their confused state. They don't need to sleep in their own room for the next stage of the Zalmunna event to be triggered, though. Sleeping in any hotel room will do. Once the target lies down in a hotel room bed, they will immediately enter the hypnagogic state, which is the confusing and dreamlike state that one experiences in between full sleep and waking. The temperature of the room will begin to lower during this period as well, until it reaches approximately 11 degrees Celsius or 51.8 degrees Fahrenheit. After about an hour, the target will enter a state of deep sleep, at which point SCP-5172-1 will finally make its appearance. The humanoid-like entity is quite diminutive in size, standing just 4 feet tall and appearing to weigh a little over 60 pounds. Its arms are twice as long as normal humans, though, and the top of its head is enlarged as well. Though it is not visible to observers present in the room, cameras are able to record the creature. After phasing through the door of the hotel room, the 5172-1 entity will begin crawling towards the sleeping person, who will wake up to find that they are in a state of sleep paralysis. The entity will climb up onto the bed and sit on the person's chest. It will move its smooth-skinned face close to the target's before opening its mouth, revealing a long, thin, proboscis-like appendage that it inserts into the target's eye socket. It's long been theorized that it may be administering some type of paralytic or anesthesia directly into the brain, so that it can then engage in the next stage of the Zalmunna event, harvesting. The 5172-1 entity's chest then opens to reveal a pair of tools. It will take the tools out of its chest and use them to begin extracting 4-centimeter cubes directly from the target's body. Flesh, muscle, organs, and even bone will all be cut and scooped out with the same ease, which it then places inside of its own chest cavity. While it starts the process extremely slow, collecting just 2 cubes per minute at first, it quickly ups its pace to as many as 50 cubes per minute, leading to the entire harvesting process typically lasting 2 to 3 hours. Once it has finished harvesting, the creature will simply place its tools back inside its chest cavity, crawl back towards the hotel room door, and phase through it once more. But the horror is far from over. SCP-5172-1 collects all of the organic material from the target during the harvesting process. all except for the central nervous system, which includes the spinal cord, peripheral nerves, the retinas, and the brain. These are left lying on the hotel room bed after 5172-1 carefully cut and scooped around them. And the truly horrifying aspect of the Zalmunna event is that the target is still alive at this point and will continue to live for several more hours in this condition. Even worse, reports from targets who had the Zalmunna event interrupted while in the middle of the harvesting process described being fully conscious the entire time. It now appears that the proboscis-like appendage that 5172-1 inserts into the target's eye does not appear to be an anesthetic agent at all, since the same rescued targets reported feeling excruciating pain. Instead, it seems that the purpose of the entity's appendage is to ensure that the victim stays conscious through the whole process, fully aware of each cube being removed from their body, helpless to do a thing to stop it. As mentioned, the triggering of a Zalmunna event is not a guaranteed death sentence and can be stopped. While much faster than humans, SCP-5172-1 entities aren't especially strong and sustain damage much like a human would. Once it begins harvesting, the entity will become visible to others and can be terminated by the same methods that would kill a human, such as with gunshots or stab wounds. However, simply killing the entity isn't enough. The affected ice machine must be physically removed from the premises in order to prevent a new instance of SCP-5172-1 from materializing. Once triggered through the use of an affected ice machine, the only way to completely stop a Zalmunna event is for the target to leave the hotel and sleep in a private residence, which will prevent SCP-5172-1 from appearing. If the target sleeps in any bed in the same or even a different hotel, the event will continue. Efforts are underway to better understand SCP-5172-1 entities by capturing a live specimen, but so far, all attempts have resulted in failure. Captured entities are capable of manifesting their tools and cutting out of containment, while all attempts at binding or otherwise tying down the creatures has led to them dying within several minutes. Autopsies of dead instances have revealed that, like us, they have a circulatory system, though its heart is located in its head, which explains how they can be killed by being shot or stabbed, but they lack respiratory and digestive organs. As you can imagine, the existence of SCP-5172 presents a problem for Foundation personnel and their business travel. Agents who must stay in hotels rather than SCP safe houses are briefed on the anomaly and required to wear heart rate monitors that can detect when an elevated heart rate occurs that may be connected to a Zalmunna event. Social media, text messages, and other forms of communication from devices that are connected to hotel Wi-Fi systems are monitored at all times for any references to ice machines, and any mention triggers the dispatching of a containment team to the site who will attempt to identify and remove both the ice machine and the targeted individual from the premises. All ice machines discovered at locations thought to be affected by SCP-5172 are then relocated to Site 30. One final note, while SCP-5172 has long been thought to be a North American exclusive phenomenon, there has recently been one confirmed instance of an affected ice machine in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Making it even stranger is the fact that the Dutch do not seem to have the same mass public perception of the prevalence of hotel ice machines that North Americans do. And it is still unclear if this was a single isolated event or a sign that the Keter-class anomaly is spreading to other locations. Only time will tell. But in the meantime, even if you're staying outside of North America and want a frosty drink, consider paying the outrageous fees and grabbing an already cold one from the minibar. If you don't, you might find that you're paying for your refreshing beverage with much more than a pound of flesh.
A young woman on her way home is walking down a city street. And just like most nights, the downtown empties out after the working day ends, leaving the streets empty of both cars and pedestrians. She hates when she has to close the shop and walk to her bus stop alone, and she is excited that in just another week, she will be starting a new job that's just around the corner from where she lives. She just has to get through these last few nights of being the last one at the store and having to walk home alone. Her more immediate concern now, though, is that her music has stopped. The young woman takes her phone out to check it. Dead. She must have forgotten to plug in the charger. She hates when she does that. Now she'd have to spend the bus ride staring out the window at nothing. What was that? The woman looks up from her phone. Did she see someone? She turns around and sees something on the other side of the street. It's dark, and all she can make out is a big, shadowy figure. She doesn't stare for long, though, and starts to walk again, picking up her pace slightly. She can hear the sound of footsteps and glances over her shoulder. The person across the street is moving too, and they seem to be matching her pace, avoiding any streetlights to remain in darkness.
She starts to move a little quicker, and so do they. The young woman grips the pepper spray in her pocket. She doesn't know what this person is doing or what they want, but she's going to be ready for them. She keeps walking and glances over her shoulder again. They're crossing the street towards her now. She ducks into an alley, and as soon as she's around the corner and out of sight, she starts to run. She sprints through the alley as fast as she can. She looks behind her, frightened of what she might see, but no one is there. Maybe she was wrong and they weren't following her, but she's not about to stop running and find out. She emerges from the alley still running as hard as she can. She reaches her bus stop and finally stops to catch her breath. She checks her watch. The bus should be pulling up right now, but it's nowhere to be seen. She looks around, and what she does see is a shadowy figure coming out of the alley, and it's coming straight towards her. She backs up into the bus stop and takes the pepper spray out of her pocket, her finger ready on the trigger. The shadowy figure keeps moving towards her when suddenly, the dark street is lit up. The woman looks behind her to see her savior. It's the bus. She turns back to see the shadowy figure retreating to the alley, as if the light is pushing it away. The woman breathes a sigh of relief and finally lets some of the tension in her body release as the bus comes to a stop in front of her. The door swings open and the woman steps inside. "I've never been so happy to get on the bus," she says to the driver as she scans her transit card. The driver doesn't respond, though. In fact, he doesn't react to her at all. He just keeps staring straight ahead. The woman doesn't push it, though. She's just happy to be on the bus, even if it is completely empty. She heads to the back of the bus and takes a seat. As the bus pulls away, she can almost swear she could see the shadowy figure standing in the alley, watching her. The bus rumbles along the empty city streets as the woman looks out the window and takes deep breaths, trying to calm herself after her harrowing ordeal. After a while, she notices that the bus doesn't seem to be stopping as much as it normally does, or at all for that matter. Did they change the route? Or did she get on the wrong bus? They are approaching her stop though, so it doesn't matter, and she reaches up to pull the cord. A bell chimes and the stop requested light illuminates in the front of the bus, but the driver doesn't show any sign of stopping or even slowing down. She pulls the cord again, but still no reaction. As she sees her building go by, she calls out, "Hey, this is my stop!" But the driver doesn't acknowledge her at all. She stands up and walks to the front. "Didn't you hear me? This is my stop." Still no reaction from the driver. "Hey, I said..." She reaches out and grabs his shoulder, spinning him towards her, only to find herself staring into the eyes of a fresh corpse. The woman screams and jumps back as the driver slumps forward towards her. She's terrified by the dead body, as well as the fact that the bus will crash, but when she looks at the steering wheel, she sees that it is continuing to move on its own. The woman is in a full-blown panic now. She screams and pounds on the door, but it won't open. The engine roars as the bus starts to pick up speed. She doesn't know what to do and runs to the back where she tries the rear door, but it doesn't budge either. The bus speeds up even more, whipping around corners and tossing her from side to side. She's thrown to the ground and hits her head. Her eyelids feel like they weigh 100 pounds, and she struggles to keep them open. She manages to stay awake, though, and as she looks up in a daze, staring at the ceiling of the bus, she can see a green gas emanating from the vents. It's the last thing she sees before her eyes close for good. The bus finally comes to a stop in a deserted area of the city. The vehicle raises slightly as, one after another, each wheel appears to unfold, revealing them to be long, black, spindly legs. The bus stands up on these insectoid appendages as its roof splits into two massive wings. The bus then leaps up into the sky, spreading its wings, and flies off into the night. How could this young woman have known that after escaping danger, that her rescuer would be something worse, much worse? Unfortunately for her, she had just willingly stepped onto an instance of SCP-2086, a deadly and terrifying anomaly that hides in plain sight as it stalks and hunts its human prey. SCP-2086 is the designation the SCP Foundation has given to a species that appears to belong to the arthropod phylum, a group that also includes arachnids and crustaceans. These strange creatures differ from most of their lobster and spider brethren, in that they make use of an advanced form of camouflage to move among modern society unseen. Adult SCP-2086 instances all resemble some sort of public transportation vehicle, with the exact make, model, year, and branding varying from instance to instance. SCP-2086 instances move about the streets of our cities foraging for food, and at first glance, they are virtually indistinguishable from the standard transit vehicles they are mimicking. Close examination of them, though, will reveal that the steel, wood, plastic, and glass they are composed of aren't those materials at all, but a form of specialized chitin, which is the substance that makes up the hard exoskeleton of many insects and other arthropods. And that's not the only aspect of SCP-2086 that isn't actually what it appears to be. The wheels on the bus may go round and round, but they also are capable of unraveling into long, thin legs that create a very imposing image when SCP-2086 is standing up at its full height. The roof, too, is able to unfurl into a set of giant insectoid wings, and after leaping into the air with its powerful legs, the wings will spread, and the bus can take flight, which appears to be its preferred method of travel when it is not in its camouflaged hunting mode. Its headlights, too, are an entirely biological mechanism, consisting of two large bioluminescent optical organs similar to those possessed by SCP-015-IT and SCP-745. Dissections of SCP-2086 specimens have shown them to have an entire system of organs, including a heart, brain, and stomach, which are found beneath the flooring in the creature's interior chamber. SCP-2086 appendages are not just used for locomotion, though, and they have been observed as being able to use them for fine object manipulation. This fact was learned when they were observed building crude shelters from scrap materials at their nesting grounds. More on these nests and the terrifying events that take place there later. When SCP-2086 is not at its nest, it engages in its foraging behavior. Typically, an SCP-2086 instance will fly to the start of a route and begin driving along city streets, picking up human passengers who willingly enter the creature's inner chamber, thinking that it is a standard bus. Along with its exoskeleton closely resembling a real vehicle, SCP-2086 has one more particularly gruesome trick to fool would-be passengers into becoming its prey. A bus that drives itself would lead many to think twice about stepping on board, so SCP-2086 makes use of a decoy driver, which is actually a human corpse encased and preserved in a shellac-like substance. Smaller, fibrous appendages protrude from the front seat and into the corpse, which hold it in place and are even capable of manipulating the corpse, giving it the appearance of movement as it drives the bus. Once SCP-2086 has gathered up what it considers to be enough victims, a number that appears to vary from instance to instance, it will release a noxious gas from its interior vents. The gas produces an effect in humans similar to chloroform, and everyone on board will be rendered unconscious. The creature, now filled with its prey, does not feed on the humans trapped inside it, though. Instead, it will take them to its nesting grounds, which is where the real horror begins. These nesting grounds are most often localized in scrap and junkyards that have fallen into disuse or are completely abandoned, and it is in these nests that the juvenile instances of SCP-2086 are found. While a full-grown instance can weigh as much as 17,000 kilograms, which is the approximate curb weight of a normal bus, extensive field research and observation into SCP-2086 has led to the identification of the smaller, juvenile instances, which are much smaller than their adult counterparts, weighing under 200 kilograms. But they don't stay this size for long. When an adult SCP-2086 arrives back at the nest with its interior chamber filled with human prey, it will open its doors and allow the juvenile members to enter inside of it so they can feed and grow. Once inside, a juvenile will remove a passenger from the bus and take them outside. The effects of the chloroform gas will often begin to wear off at this time, but by this point, it is already too late. The juvenile instance will then proceed to force the human into a hole located under their hood. This leads to a sort of digestive tract that connects to its inner chamber where the driver's seat is located. Small, hair-like appendages will then emerge from the seat and protrude into the prey's body, which hold them in place in the driver's seat and trap them there, while at the same time acting as feeding tubes, draining the blood from the now doomed passenger. Once the person has been completely drained of blood, the feeding tubes will begin secreting a saline solution as the internal compartment fills with a shellac-like substance, and the effects of both combine to effectively embalm and preserve the corpse, which will serve as its own decoy driver once it enters adulthood. And this process happens quite quickly. A newborn SCP-2086 will reach adulthood in just 1 week, provided that it has had access to nutrients, at which point it will begin searching for new sources of prey for its own offspring, of which it will likely have plenty. 2086 instances become capable of reproduction at 8 days, and females are able to produce up to 20 offspring, but their lives are quite short, with their entire life cycle usually lasting just 12 to 15 days. Prior to feeding and beginning the process of becoming a full-size adult, juveniles will also leave the nest and will covertly move about the city, removing bus stop signposts and relocating them, often creating a route that leads back to its own nest. These are the routes that adult instances will then typically follow as they hunt for more prey to bring back to their colony. SCP-2086 instances have been found in metropolitan areas around the world, and news reports are closely monitored by the Foundation for missing persons that had recently used public transport, with Foundation field agents being dispatched to potential high-threat areas to investigate further. Any nests that are discovered have their locations condemned, if they weren't already, and demolished using chemical explosives. Previously, an effort was made to capture and contain live instances of SCP-2086, and currently, the Foundation has 5 such specimens in its custody, which are stored in a converted airplane hangar. Due to their short lifespans and high rate of reproduction, the amount of live specimens contained at any given time can vary widely, and will often depend on the number of available D-Class personnel who can serve as drivers. Terminated specimens are either destroyed or sent to a specialized cold storage container at a secure site for further biological research. SCP-2086 continues to be one of the most dangerous anomalies for common, everyday users of public transportation, and the SCP Foundation has classified it as Keter. While identified colonies are able to be destroyed with minimal effort once discovered, there is no telling how many nesting grounds still remain in the wild. So the next time you're about to board a bus, pay extra careful attention to it. Or you may find that your bus is rerouting you somewhere you never wanted to go.
The agent hides under the table as 3 nightmarish, warped legs stop wetly past him, all belonging to the same creature. A creature that had once been a human being. Each step makes a moist, slapping sound on the tiled floor of the laboratory. The lights went out long ago, back when the facility was first compromised. His eyes have adjusted, though seeing some of those things make him wish they hadn't. He ponders how many of those monsters are wandering the hallways, lurking in dark rooms. But he can't think about that right now. All he can try to do is remember how many shots he fired earlier. Does his Sig Sauer sidearm still have 6 bullets in the magazine, or only 3? In a high-stakes situation like this, those numbers matter. As the monster passes out of his range of vision, still hunting, he sees a drooping, fleshy limb drag along the floor behind it. He counts himself lucky that the scar tissue has already grown over the creature's eyes. It can't seem to smell him either. This might be his chance to escape. With the practiced dexterity of his physical training, he slides out from underneath the table and assesses his environment. There's only one of those things in here. It's stomping across the other side of the room, mercifully cast in shadow. He doesn't want to count the limbs. He just wants to get out of here and complete the mission, collect his prize. But as he turns to creep out, another headache strikes him. It hits with such force that his jaw locks up, and it takes everything in him not to scream. Instead, he squeezes the grip of his Sig Sauer and prays for salvation. He needs to get out of here. He needs to survive. As though the universe is answering his prayer, the headache subsides as quickly as it came on. He breathes a silent sigh of relief and takes a step forward, onto a discarded glass test tube. Crunch. The creature jerks towards him, looking with what might have once been its face. He's been spotted. He knows it. All hell is about to break loose. To most, this mission would have been a nightmare, but if you can believe it, the agent had enthusiastically volunteered. This job will either destroy his life or save it. Flashback a month. It didn't begin in a compromised Foundation containment site. It didn't begin in the briefing room or the helicopter en route. It started in a doctor's office, where a promising young agent of the SCP Foundation receives an awful diagnosis: Stage 4 cancer, an inoperable brain tumor, indicated by headaches, disordered thought, and mild seizures. Even by their most optimistic estimations, he doesn't have north of a year to live. All the monsters and maniacs he's encountered in the field, and it's some faulty genetics that sentences him to death. What a sick joke. And the punchline? He's got a pregnant wife he's about to widow, and an unborn child who's going to grow up fatherless.
They throw him a condolences party at Site 19. The site director comforts him with the fact that his hefty Foundation life insurance policy will still apply if he dies of natural causes, so his family will be taken care of. He's as grateful as he can be under the circumstances, but none of it dulls the low ache that stays with him every moment of every day. The inexorable fact: he's going to die, and there's nothing he can do about it. Or is there? A few weeks after his diagnosis, he's once again called into the office by his site director. They've got a special mission, one befitting of someone in his circumstances, a dedicated and loyal dead man walking. They've received intelligence from a Foundation research facility in the Nevada desert where things have gone foobar. A few days earlier, they intercepted a distress signal, something about an anomalous pathogen breaking loose during an experiment, but the person sending the signal didn't live long enough to specify what anomaly they were dealing with. Figures. But there had been no further contact from the site since the first transmission, so they had every reason to believe that the site was essentially lost. The agent asks his superior if it's an extraction mission. The site director solemnly shakes his head, commenting that anyone still left in that site is better off dead by now. No, this mission is of a different nature entirely. The agent needs to get in there, manually activate the site's emergency nuclear warhead, and escape the detonation zone before the site and the 15 square miles around it are reduced to irradiated rubble. This isn't a mission. It's a death wish. He's ready to reject it. His time is already short. He doesn't want to spend the remainder of it dying in a plague-ridden hellhole. But that's when the site director makes his offer. I'm willing to make a special exception here, Agent. Because of your condition and the highly sensitive nature of this assignment, I'm going to give you one-time access to a unique incentive structure. If you're able to complete this mission as directed, I'll give you a dose of SCP-500. That gets the agent's attention. SCP-500, also known as the Panacea, is a small pill bottle containing anomalous medicine capable of curing anything. Literally anything. From rabies to smallpox to the common cold to, well, an inoperable brain tumor. It's a simple decision now. The agent has to say yes. Flash forward to the belly of the RAH-66 Comanche stealth helicopter, where the agent is being given his loadout by the handler en route to the clandestine site. He's given a Sig Sauer P320 Nitron compact handgun with a few magazines worth of ammo, some light body armor, and a Dracarys Gen 12 12-gauge shotgun with Dragon's Breath incendiary rounds. The handler assures him that whatever is in there, it doesn't like fire. Though he should only engage in combat as an emergency measure. If he was exposed to the pathogen that ravaged the base, his superiors would consider him lost and send someone else to do the job. Comforting to know, the agent thinks. It takes them a couple hours to reach the site. It's cordoned off by electric fences, looking to the untrained eye like an abandoned chemical plant. Neither he nor anybody else could even guess at the horrors waiting for him inside. Not long after, he rappels down from the helicopter onto the roof of the facility and finds an appropriate entry point, a ceiling hatch he's able to pry open with a utility knife. There's only darkness below. He is glad that they also gave him a small flashlight as he carefully lowers himself down into the hall. There's no turning back here. Either he'll earn back his life or lose it. The agent is methodical, gripping tight his Dracarys and maintaining situational awareness as he works deeper into the building. He studied the schematics given to him by the site director. He knows the layout about as well as his own childhood home. The manual activation panel for the on-site nuclear warhead was in the basement, so he'd need to work his way down. Things seemed normal enough at first, aside from the pervasive air of tension, the fear that there might be some horror lurking around every corner. He's sweating now, but not just because he's worried. It's baking hot in there, like someone had cranked the thermostat up to maximum. There was no power for the lights, but they were still blasting the heater? As he gets deeper into the building, he notices that the very structure of the facility is changing. The walls of some rooms have a strange, fleshy texture. Vein-like structures slither across the ceilings. Desks, lamps, and computers are covered in red raw pustules. It looks like the very rooms around him are afflicted with a malignant cancer. He imagines that the inside of his brain doesn't look much different. Does whatever pathogen they unleashed in here even affect the building? This must be why they want to blow the whole place sky high. His musing is interrupted by a pained whimper down one of the darkened hallways. He instinctually raises his flashlight and sees a limping human figure advancing down the hall towards him.
Help me, please.
He looks sicker than any man the agent has ever seen. He's dressed in the familiar lab coat of a Foundation researcher, but his face and hands have been struck down by the most revolting rashes the agent has ever seen. His skin looks like a giant, livid scab with pinprick orifices for his eyes and mouth. He's wheezing. The agent imagines the inside of his lungs look even worse.
Please, you've got to get me out of here.
Without warning, the infected man lunges forward, trying to close the distance between himself and the agent. He's fast, but the agent is faster. He raises his Dracarys and unleashes a dragon's breath round into the sick man's chest, igniting him. He drops to the ground, screaming and spasming, but without a moment's hesitation, the agent fires off another round into his head. The infected researcher dies, but that's when the real screaming starts. Alerted by the sound of the shotgun blasts, heavy footsteps erupt all around the facility, fleshy and irregular, visceral. They're all zeroing in on the agent's location, and he needs to move fast if he wants any hope of getting out of here alive and getting his cure. He finds the nearest stairwell, kicks open the door, and starts descending, jumping 3 steps at a time. There's a cacophony of awful sounds from the flights above him, but he can't stop and think about that. There is only the mission. But the inhabitants of the site have other ideas. An awful red shape bursts out of a doorway on the flight below him, freezing the agent in place with sheer horror. It looks like the vague memory of a person fused with the dumpster behind a butcher's shop. So many limbs, arms, legs, tentacles, claws, faces. A fever dream incarnate. Of course, the agent wastes no time in giving it hell. He raises his Dracarys and unleashes several dragon's breath blasts, lighting up the stairwell in brilliant magnesium flashes and causing the monster to scream in horror. But this thing isn't like the researcher. It has the power to fight back. A flaming tendril shoots forward and wraps around the shotgun, dragging the weapon out of the agent's hand before he can react. In the moment of clarity brought on by the shock, he hears that the monsters behind him have caught up. A legion of horribles, things that had once been human in various stages of horrid mutation. Red guts and dripping pus abound. He pulls the Sig Sauer from his holster and opens fire into the crowd, hoping to buy himself some time. There's a fire exit next to him, and he had something far worse than fire hot on his heels. The agent bursts through the door and runs as fast as he possibly can, with the victims of the anomalous pathogen trailing quickly behind him. They don't seem smart, but there's enough of them that their intelligence doesn't matter. He doesn't have the ammo to kill them all, no matter how you slice it. He needs to lose them, then get to the nuke. He finds his way into a lab to wait out the chase. We find ourselves coming full circle, back to the start of our tale. The agent, in his attempt to escape, has stepped on a test tube and alerted one of his mutant pursuers to his presence. And in case you were wondering, he did only have 3 bullets left in the Sig. The monster lets out an ear-piercing shriek that's sure to alert all the others and makes a sudden dash towards the agent. He unloads the remaining few rounds into the monster's center mass and sprints towards the door, pulling on the fire alarm on the way out. In that instant, the alarm starts blaring all across the building, sending another spike of pain through his tumor-infested head. But at least it'll make it harder for the blind among the monsters to detect him by sound. Short-term pain for long-term gain. He busts a nearby glass box with his elbow and yanks out the fire axe within. It's his only line of defense now. Remembering the schematics in his mind, he runs for his life, using the axe to ward off the shrieking, once-human beasts as best he can. Floor by floor, he descends towards the basement, never fully losing the pursuers. He runs through hall after hall, door after door, until he reaches the secure bulkhead for the basement control room and punches in the code. Soon, he's standing before a vast control panel and remembers exactly the sequence he needs to activate the on-site nuclear warhead. The agent puts in the code exactly as he was told, and as he does so, he becomes absently aware of a strange itching sensation on his arm. He turns and sees with horror that one of the creatures had clawed through his suit, leaving a red rash against his skin. He'd been infected. But that didn't matter. If he could activate the nuke and head back, the SCP-500 pill would cure his brain tumor and this mysterious pathogen. All he needed to do was complete his mission. Then he'd... With the push of a button, the lights across the facility switch on and start flashing red. A voice over the intercom crows that the on-site nuclear warhead has been activated and that the entire facility would be entering lockdown in the lead up to the explosion. Lockdown! And that's when it hits him. He was never meant to come home. He'd been given a false promise and sent on a mission with no hope. He'd just be one more person counted among the sick and the dead when the bomb went off. It was so beautifully cruel, he can't help but laugh to himself. He figures when push comes to shove, there's only ever one cure for a disease like this. Boom. The human body can be a terrifying concept. You don't know if the thing that will one day kill you is already lurking deep within your flesh, whether it's a misfolded protein in your brain that will one day become a deadly prion disease, the clogged blood vessel that might someday make itself known as a heart attack or brain aneurysm, or perhaps the tiny error in cell division that could manifest as any number of cancers. But compared to SCP-610, codenamed the Flesh That Hates, these are all about as severe as a case of chickenpox. SCP-610 is one of the most virulent and deadly anomalous pathogens the SCP Foundation has ever encountered, capable of causing extreme and dangerous physiological changes to its victims. These effects begin with rashes, itching, lesions, and increased sensitivity of the skin, slowly but surely increasing in severity hour by hour as the disease progresses. Within 3 hours of initial infection, blemishes resembling scar tissue will appear across the chests, backs, and torsos of the victims, expanding to their limbs and extremities over the next hour or so. No victim of SCP-610 has ever survived beyond 5 hours. In high-temperature environments, the infection rate is even faster, with the shortest time to date from infection to full conversion being only a handful of minutes. Once full infection is attained, all vital signs will cease for 3 minutes. At this point, the body's advanced scar tissue will take on a life of its own, with vital signs being reported at 3 to 4 times the rate of non-anomalous humans. But they won't appear human for long after that. The mutations continue to advance, becoming considerably more severe. Fleshy limbs will extend, multiply, and split. Their body may warp. Their head may shift or elongate. In some extreme cases, infectees have become static and started to grow out into their environment, covering the surrounding area in tumorous masses, making it more hospitable for fellow victims of the flesh that hates. Highly risky Foundation observation has shown us that the disease seems perfectly designed to propagate itself. In the early stages, when the original infected human is still alive, it will seek out aid from others, hoping for a reprieve from its condition, increasing infection risk. In later stages, the creatures that were once human will aggressively pursue any uninfected people who enter their sensory range. Skin-to-skin contact is the most common vector of infection, but infection via the respiratory system is even more rapid and dangerous. The anomaly is believed to be connected to one of the more dangerous groups of interest the SCP Foundation are aware of, an ancient fringe religious organization known as the Sarkissists. These loosely affiliated cults worship flesh, disease, and corruption in all its forms, and some of the nastier anomalies related to so-called body horror and disease can be attributed to their rituals. However, given their inclinations, it's highly unlikely that even if a connection could be proven, a Sarkissist would give up any information that might lead to the SCP Foundation synthesizing some kind of treatment or cure for SCP-610, even if the Foundation resorted to torture. In fact, knowing the Sarkissists' unconventional views on pain and suffering, they might even enjoy it. Initial reports of the flesh that hates were not actually produced by the SCP Foundation, but the Russian government. After reports of an unusual number of disappearances in the area around Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. It's a rural area, and multiple alarm bells went off when the farmers were sending in reports of neighboring farms being abandoned, their inhabitants unaccounted for. Local police were dispatched to look into the matter. They never came back. Regional police were sent out to locate the missing local police. They disappeared too. When members of the Federal Security Service were sent in, and they failed to report back, it became clear that something out of the ordinary was going on. The Foundation were quick to cordon off the affected areas, where people infected by SCP-610 had converged into pseudo-communities. Remote robots and drones are permitted to enter these areas for observation, but aren't permitted to leave,
to reduce the risk of the infection spreading. Due to both the highly contagious nature of the virus and the highly aggressive behavior of those infected, this anomaly has been given the Keter class and a severe containment mandate to match. Because of the size of the affected areas, isolation and quarantine have been deemed the most viable containment options. If any infected creatures make their way towards the perimeter of the quarantine zone, the accepted procedure is to pepper them with small arms fire until immobile, before destroying the body with incendiary weapons or long-range explosive munitions. Even getting close to the creatures is considered too great a risk to be acceptable. Anyone infected is to be considered lost. They'll be euthanized and incinerated. Anyone within a 3-meter range of one of the infected needs to be quarantined for several hours to ensure that they haven't become a vector. Scorched Earth policies are the standard operating procedure for SCP-610. You may think that this is cruel on the Foundation's part, but it's a policy you'll agree with when you consider that the alternative is hearing a fleshy tendril slithering against your window tonight. If ever SCP-610 breached containment and reached a densely populated area, it wouldn't be long before human beings ceased to be the dominant force on this planet. As I said earlier, the human body can be a terrifying thing, and anomalies like SCP-610 can exploit this primal terror of the self, this bestial burden we all share, because it reminds us of the most frightening and universal fact about our bodies. They won't always be ours.
3 SCP Foundation agents stand before a large warehouse. Their mission is simple. Enter the building, find the observation unit that has gone missing inside, recover the data from it, and leave. It should be easy, but the rundown structure they're standing in front of is no ordinary building. This is SCP-015. The leader of the group, a large, muscled man who goes by the codename of Agent 6, slides open a large door on the front of the warehouse, and immediately the whole group is struck by a sight that makes them reconsider just how easy this mission is going to be. In front of them is not a wide-open warehouse floor, but a cramped tunnel leading deeper into the building. The group has a job to do, though, and so the 3 head inside, Agent 2 first, followed by Agent Lon, the data specialist, and finally, Agent 6, the expedition leader in the rear. As they enter the narrow hall of pipes, the light from their flashlights plays off the floor, walls, and ceiling. Flashlights are one of the only items allowed in SCP-015, and they reveal what the researchers had told them in their briefing, that many of the pipes aren't made of standard materials, but instead are all sorts of strange substances like wood, glass, or even bone. The odd series of pipes have formed a twisting tunnel leading deeper into the warehouse. The group must be careful, since the floor is uneven, with pipes occasionally sticking up out of the floor like tree roots, ready to trip the unobservant. The 3 follow the corridors of pipes along the path that they each had to memorize. As they come to branching paths, Agent 2 speaks the series of turns they must take aloud. Left, left, right, left, right, right again, straight, right. And so on as they go deeper and deeper. They'd have to follow the directions exactly if they hope to reach the place where the modular robotic vehicle should be. Left, straight, straight again, right. Just a couple more turns and they'd reach the point where the MRV had sent its last signal before going offline. As they walk, though, they find that some of the passageways are getting more difficult to pass. The pipes have closed in at certain points, choking the already small tunnels down to mere crawlways. At one particularly narrow point, the group must get down on their bellies and pull themselves along the ground. After Lon and 2 exit the tight passage, Agent 6 suddenly calls out to the 2 agents ahead of him. "What is it? What's wrong?" 2 asks. "I'm stuck," comes the response from 6. Lon and 2 grab 6's arms and begin pulling. With a loud grunt from all of them, 6 finally comes free. His pant leg is shredded from the thorny wood that one of the pipes in the narrow tunnel is made from, but he's free, and they can continue on. Finally, after what seemed like an hour of walking, they finally find it. The modular robotic vehicle that had been sent in to investigate the current state of SCP-015. There's something very strange about the robot's condition, though. It looks like it has been speared right through its primary observation unit. A smooth black pipe that appeared to be made of dark fabric had pierced the vehicle right through its camera, but the lens didn't appear broken. Instead, it looked as if the pipe had somehow connected with it, docking inside the lens housing as if the 2 parts were made for each other. Other pipes had protruded from the floors and walls as well, snaking into open spots on the vehicle and lifting it up a foot off the ground. They looked over the robot, which was held helpless in the air, its wheels slowly spinning as its internal battery ran down. The agents walked around the MRV, examining it, looking confused about the fate that had befallen it. Six suddenly broke the silence. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Lon wasn't sure what to do, though. As she got closer to the robot, she noticed that a foul-smelling substance was dripping from the pipe that had merged with the camera. Her job was to remove the data from the MRV, but they also had strict orders not to damage anything in SCP-015. So what was she to do about the robot? Wasn't it technically a part of SCP-015 now? She was worried that if she removed the data cards, then SCP-015 might... Well, she didn't know exactly. Six didn't buy it, though. The researchers may have told them that 015 reacts, but he could see now that it's just a bunch of weird pipes. Maybe it grows or moves a bit, but how would it even know they were there? It hadn't shown any signs of sentience, let alone sapience. He wasn't going to hang around in here any longer than he had to, though, and if Lon wouldn't get on with it, then he would. Six moves to the MRV and flips open the data cover on its side. More of the fetid liquid pours out, but he ignores it. Lon and Two both look at each other. Did the other hear that too? It sounded like steam venting from somewhere deep inside SCP-015. Six doesn't seem to have heard it, and begins to remove the thin data cards from the MRV. With the data now recovered, he decides to see if he could free the vehicle from the pipes. It wasn't necessarily a mission objective, but why let good Foundation property go to waste when it's right here in front of them? Six pulls first at the MRV, then the pipes that were running into it, but he can't get it to move. It's completely stuck, seemingly fused to the pipes. "Come on, we've got the data, let's get out of here," Two says. But Six isn't done trying. He sets his flashlight down and uses both hands, pushing against the wall of pipes with his foot to gain additional leverage, when suddenly, there's a creaking sound. "Ha! I think I got it." But Six was mistaken. It wasn't the sound of the MRV coming free that he had heard, but the sound of the floor underneath him giving way. Six falls into the floor up to his armpits, and the other two agents rush to help him. But as they do, they notice the glow and immediate burst of heat coming from the hole. Thickly flowing molten glass begins to fill the hole, and Agent Six cries for help as they desperately try to pull him free. His cries turn into screams of desperation as they each grab an arm and, after a struggle, finally manage to free him and drag him from the hole. Six is no longer screaming as he is pulled free, though. His eyes and mouth are locked wide in sheer panic. Lon is now the one who starts to scream, as she realizes that they have pulled only the top half of Agent Six from the hole above the fiery pit. The bottom half of his body is completely gone, burned away by the heat of the liquid glass. There's no time to be shocked, though, because pipes begin to hiss and ping all around them. A wooden pipe above Two and Lon suddenly bursts, sending a cloud of dust flying into their faces. It's powdered glass, and it starts to pour out of the broken pipe, covering what's left of Six completely. Two spits out a thick stream of blood, his mouth shredded from the glass particles, as Lon desperately tries not to rub them deeper into the cuts in her eyes. They both know they can't stay here, though. They have to run. The pipes are deafening as they move as quickly as they can back the way they came. It sounds like a train is barreling through the building. They're surrounded by chaos. Boiling chemicals pour out of one pipe. Tiny slicing rose thorns spray out of another. They come to a crawlway that's just a couple feet wide, but it's their only way forward, and they have no choice but to enter. Two dives in and starts crawling. Lon is hesitant, but a blast of steam from a pipe near her head convinces her she has no choice, and she follows after him. Two wriggles through the narrow passage and is surrounded by more sounds of pipes creaking all around him. Each one seems like it might burst and pour who knows what deadly substance onto him. But he has to suppress his fear and keep moving forward. Finally, he emerges into a wider hallway. He turns and looks back at the hole. Lon should have been right behind him, but there's no sign of her. He sticks his head back in and calls for her. There's no response, but he can hear her still in there, somewhere in the dark, struggling. He has to help her. Two gets back into the passage and starts crawling. She couldn't have been that far behind him, probably just around the next turn. But as he crawls around the bend, there's nothing there, just another wall of pipes. The passage has been sealed up. It's a dead end. He presses his ear to the wall and can hear Lon screaming on the other side. He hits his flashlight against the pipes in anger. The pipe shakes for a moment, then bursts, spraying out a black liquid that covers his hand. It's some kind of corrosive acid, and he screams as it burns through his gloves to the flesh beneath. He quickly crawls backwards out of the narrow tunnel and emerges back out into the wider passage. Chu cradles his hand, trying not to look at the exposed bone. "I'm sorry," he cries as he runs through the tunnel of pipes towards what he hopes is the exit. "I'll get help. I'll come back, I swear." Lon can't hear his promises, though. She heard what she thought was a pipe burst followed by Chu's cries, but she doesn't know now if he's dead or alive. She decides she has no choice but to go back the way she came. Maybe there's another way out. But after moving just a few inches, her feet touch a solid wall. She's trapped in a space no bigger than a coffin. She feels around, but there's nothing here in the dark. Nothing at all. Just smooth, fuzzy, warm pipes. No, wait. There is something. A gap in the ceiling. But it's just the open end of another pipe. And now, there's something dripping out of it. Droplets of whatever the substance is land on her face, and then a full stream of liquid pours out onto her. She coughs as it gets into her mouth, but then realizes that it's sweet. It's honey? At least it wasn't molten glass or deadly acid. Maybe she could even survive for a time on the liquid until another expedition team came to rescue her. Her brief moment of hope is cut short when she realizes that the pipe isn't stopping and that she's already lying in an inch-deep pool of honey. Lon beats on the walls and ceiling as the honey continues to rise around her and screams for help. She tries to plug the pipe with her fingers, but it's no use. Nothing can stop more and more of it from pouring out. The honey continues to rise around her, and all she can do is scream and claw at the pipes that have created her tomb. She presses her lips to the ceiling in an attempt to gain one last breath before the honey completely fills the space. Her final choking gasps are sickly and sweet as the honey fills her lungs. Agent 2 keeps running through the tunnel of pipes. His hand no longer hurts, at least, either from the shock or from the fact that all the nerve endings had been burned away. The horrible sounds coming from the pipes seem to have stopped too. Maybe he really would make it out of this alive. Lon might have found another way out too. There's no telling how many routes through this maze of pipes exist. He would probably exit the building to find her outside waiting for him. Poor Agent 6, though. He never had a chance after opening that cover on the MRV. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted, though, when his foot catches on an unseen pipe and he falls forward onto the floor. Or rather, he should have fallen on the floor. Instead, a pit opens up in the ground, leading to a steep, sloping floor of pipes. He screams and tries to stop himself, but the slick liquid covering everything makes it impossible for him to slow his descent, and he begins to slide down the pipes. His dimming flashlight shows what seemed to be an endless tunnel of pipes stretching down into the dark. The tube of pipes twisted this way and that, slamming him into the walls on either side, tumbling him head over feet. And the descent never seemed to end. He screamed until his voice went hoarse, then gave out entirely. He didn't have any way to mark the passage of time, other than when his flashlight finally started to flicker and then dim, before finally dying. He slid down the endless tunnel of pipes for what felt like days in the darkness, far deeper than they physically should have been able to go. When the friction of the pipes began to tear his skin away, it was almost welcome. At least there would finally be an end. Following the loss of the SCP-015 recovery team, the data on the modular robotic vehicle was deemed non-vital, and no further expeditions were authorized in order to try and recover it. SCP-015 is a mass of pipes, vents, boilers, and other various plumbing apparatuses that have completely filled an otherwise nondescript warehouse located in a major American city. Anytime the warehouse is not being directly observed, the pipes will begin to grow, filling nearly all of the available space in the building, but also trying to connect to other nearby structures through the sewer and other subterranean infrastructure systems. The current best estimate of Foundation researchers is that the building contains over 190 kilometers of pipes, which range from just 2.5 centimeters to over 1 meter in diameter. While some of these pipes will look new, others have the appearance of being rusted or damaged, with many showing signs of leaking. The pipes are made of a strange assortment of materials as well, including bone, wood, steel, pressed ash, human flesh, glass, and granite. Oddly, no pipes composed of lead, PVC plastic, copper, or any other material one would normally expect to be used for the production of pipes have been found. But by far the strangest anomalous quality of SCP-015 is that it appears to react to aggressors. Should the building detect that the personnel inside of it are carrying tools, or if they make any attempt to either damage or repair any of its pipes, they will trigger an immediate reaction. Pipes near the offending subject will often burst, spraying them with a variety of liquids that have included oil, mercury, rats, a species of insect not yet identified, ground glass, seawater, entrails, and molten iron. More and more pipes will continue to burst around the subject until they either retreat from SCP-015 or are killed. SCP-015 was discovered by the Foundation after reports that pipes emanating from a warehouse had mysteriously started to connect to multiple other nearby structures, with no obvious answer for how or why they had suddenly begun emerging from the structure. The pipes were eventually able to be cut back and are now solely within the warehouse once again, but the human cost of containing SCP-015 has been high, and so far, 11 SCP personnel have been killed in their interactions with the anomaly, and an additional 20 are still missing. All of the missing are presumed to also be dead, though there have been reports of banging and screaming coming from within the building that may indicate they are still alive in some form. SCP-015 has been classified as Euclid, and because the building itself is impossible to move, it has been effectively contained on site. The Foundation maintains a gap of at least 2 meters around the warehouse, and no structures are allowed to be built that make contact with the building's outer walls. Should any protrusions from SCP-015 be detected, the pipes are to be immediately capped and sealed. Internal exploration of SCP-015 is permitted with approval from senior staff, but following numerous losses within the site, expedition teams must consist of 3 members, all of whom are equipped with safety lines and GPS tracking. The teams are not allowed to bring any hand or power tools within the building, nor are they to attempt any repairs or maintenance of any kind while inside. There's no need to enforce these rules, though, seeing as SCP-015 appears more than happy to terminate the offenders itself. The SCP Foundation contains many anomalous locations, though SCP-015 may just be one of the strangest. You and your friends exit a club and step onto the darkened city street. Everyone is in a happy and joyful mood. It's been a great night, one that you'll be reminiscing about with your friends for years. As you walk and laugh together, you don't notice the large man standing in front of you and almost run straight into him. You offer a quick apology and move to go around the man, but he steps in front of you, blocking your path. All of your friends grow quiet, and you finally take a good look at the man. The man towers over you. He is huge, with giant, elaborate tattoos wrapped around his bulging muscles that it looks like he may have gotten to cover up the numerous white patches of skin that are missing pigmentation. His face, though, is bright red and filled with rage. The man begins screaming at you, asking why you ran into him and calling you horrible names. Again, you try to apologize, but the man just keeps yelling as if he can't even hear you. He pushes you hard in the chest, and you fall back into one of your friends. Another steps forward in an attempt to defuse the situation, but the man punches him in the face, breaking his jaw. A melee ensues, though it could more accurately be described as a massacre. The man has gone ballistic and punches, kicks, and bites your entire group of friends. His strength seems unreal, even for someone as big and muscular as him. A large bouncer runs over in an attempt to break up the fight, but even he is no match for this tattooed giant. You've been on the ground since he shoved you, watching this insanity play out, but now, with everyone else lying on the ground bloodied and bruised, he turns his attention back on you. You try to scramble back to your feet, but he's upon you in an instant. He picks you up over his head and tosses you into some trash cans, knocking you unconscious. You open your eyes to see the man standing over you. You can feel the blood from numerous cuts on your face running down into your eyes and mouth. The man picks you up with one hand and holds you by the throat against the wall. He's still in a rage, breathing hard through clenched teeth, bits of white foaming in the corners of his mouth as he brings up his other hand and curls his fingers into a fist. All you can think is this it? But then you notice something. The tattoo that snakes down the man's arm all the way to his hand is moving. The long serpentine dragon is writhing and slithering as if it's alive. Is this really happening, or just a result of the concussive trauma you've received? There's no time to consider it further, though, as the man pulls back and throws a punch right into your face. You can feel your nose flatten and break from the impact, which understandably distracts you from the bizarre occurrence that follows. Right as the man's bloodied fist makes contact with your face, the dragon on his arm seems to swim off of his skin and onto yours. Like a snake moving through water, it glides off his fist onto your face before sliding down your neck onto your body. There is a searing pain as it moves, like you're being poked with needles over and over. You scream from the pain, blood from your broken nose pouring out of your mouth. The man drops you to the ground and steps back. He no longer looks to be in a rage, and instead looks confused. He looks down at his skin to find that the tattoo is completely gone. A look of unbridled joy comes over his face, and he turns and runs away into the night, laughing with glee as he does so. You are left whimpering in pain, curled up in a ball in the pile of trash where he left you, the dragon tattoo now covering your entire body. As you have probably already guessed, this is no normal tattoo. No, this is an anomalous creature that is known to the SCP Foundation as SCP-021, but it also has another name: the Skin Wyrm. SCP-021 is an obligate parasite that uses the human body as a host. Its visual appearance is in the form of a large, elaborate tattoo of an Oriental-style dragon, which covers roughly 1 square meter of its host's skin. What makes this tattoo truly unique is that it is fully animated and moves on the host's body just as a real animal would, though in 2D like a cartoon playing out in real time on their skin. The movement of the tattoo causes horrendous pain for the host, and has been described as feeling like thousands of tiny needles are stabbing at them all at once, as if a fresh image is being constantly tattooed on their skin, while at the same time, a tattoo removal process is happening. While the tattoo organism is able to move, it seems to prefer spending most of its time on its host's torso, though it has been seen to move around to other parts of the body on occasion. As SCP-021 moves around on the surface of its host's body, it appears to feed on the pigments in the skin. Its favored meal seems to be other tattoos, which it will seek out and devour, though if none are present, or if it has eaten all of the tattoos on its host, it will begin consuming the melanin from the skin instead. Melanin is a naturally occurring pigment found in human skin, and after SCP-021 sucks it from its host, it will leave them with permanent skin damage and patches of unpigmented skin that appear similar to that of the skin condition vitiligo. The feeding itself does not appear to cause the host any pain, and the pigments, whether they are from another tattoo or the natural ones in the skin, will simply disappear as 021 eats them. The pace at which SCP-021 feeds will vary, but it has been observed as being able to clear over half a square meter of skin in roughly 1 hour. One way to prevent SCP-021 from eating all of the melanin present on a human is to quickly add new tattoos of fruits or small animals as a way to continually distract it from turning to the melanin. Thus far, outside of motion, the organism has displayed no elevated intelligence or the ability to communicate. It simply moves and feeds. SCP-021 is not permanently affixed to the skin of any one host, and in fact, can be transferred back and forth between hosts multiple times. The only way to transfer the organism is through physical contact, though skin-to-skin contact does not guarantee that the organism will take to a new host. In the event that it does, the dragon tattoo appears to swim across the touching skin and will affix itself to the new human host. Skin-to-skin contact in the romantic sense has been shown to be the most reliable method of transfer from one host to another, with a 93% rate of successful transmission. However, as you can imagine, the tattooing sensation that comes along with any movement of SCP-021 means that this particular transfer is extremely painful for all parties involved, and the Foundation has deemed that despite its high success rate, it should only be used when absolutely necessary. Contact between two open wounds has been shown to be an only slightly less effective method, and has become the default means of transferring when the SCP Foundation wants to move SCP-021 from one host to another. Transferring the organism from a deceased host to a living one is possible, though more complicated. SCP-021 appears not to mind when its host organism is no longer alive, continuing to feed on whatever pigments are available to it, and does not seem to suffer any ill effect from the condition of its host. It is as yet unknown whether SCP-021 could be transferred to another species. So far, the organism has only been willing to move from human to human, though research into the question is ongoing. It's theorized that if SCP-021 is able to exist on a non-human animal, it would only occur in the rarest of circumstances. Unlike most parasites, SCP-021 does offer some small but tangible benefits to its host human. In addition to hosts of the organism appearing to have an improved immune system, research has also shown that the presence of 021 will increase its host's release and reuptake of epinephrine, better known as adrenaline. It will also decrease the buildup of lactic acid, which is what builds up in the muscles during activity and causes burning sensations and soreness. Combined, these benefits from SCP-021 provide its host with increased strength and confidence, as well as give a heightened pain tolerance during stressful situations. Not surprisingly, the host of SCP-021 also displays a high level of aggression, though whether this comes from their elevated hormone levels or simply because the organism causes them to be in constant pain is still an unanswered question. The amount of time that this symbiotic relationship can be sustained is typically limited to how long the host can tolerate the unceasing pain of the tattoo moving about their body. The persistent agony that a host of SCP-021 endures has led to multiple hosts having taken their own lives, and in a few rare cases, they have also succumbed to fatal skin infections. Though these were likely the result of open wounds caused by the hosts scratching at their own skin, rather than anything directly attributable to the organism. SCP-021 is currently contained on the body of a D-Class personnel, D-139, who is housed in Standard Detention Cell 217A, and the relative ease with which it can be kept on a human subject's body has led to it receiving the Safe classification. Only D-Class personnel are eligible to be a host to SCP-021, and current operating procedure is to allow the organism to live on the same host's body until they expire. The exact nature of what SCP-021 is, as well as its origins, remain a mystery to the Foundation. Attempts have been made to trace the path of its transmission from before its time in containment, and it is hypothesized that the organism could be many hundreds of years old, if not older. As evidenced by its low SCP number, 021 is one of the oldest SCPs that the Foundation keeps contained, and it has proven to be a very useful educational tool for new and upcoming researchers as they study this bizarre creature and its existence that occurs entirely within 2 dimensions.
There are bloody footprints on the snow outside the house, but those are nothing compared to the carnage that unfolded inside. Blood in every one of the 3 beds, pooling against the mattresses, an almost empty dog kennel full of mangled fur, and every sharp object in the house, knives, scissors, saws, screwdrivers, all laid out on the kitchen table, stained from the night's work. In the living room, where until recently there had been so much screaming, next to the Christmas tree sits 3 large gift-wrapped boxes. They're each labeled Daddy, Mommy, and Billy. None of the boxes seem big enough to contain a whole human, but it's remarkable how well a person will fold when you know the right tendons and ligaments to cut. And he knows. After all, he's had a long time to practice and a lot of people to practice on. But Daddy, Mommy, and Billy are the lucky ones. Little Tyler is still alive, but he's somewhere else now, and the fate that awaits him is far, far worse. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Joyful Kwanzaa, and Freaky Festivus. Watch closely and remember everything I'm telling you, especially if you happen to live in the Northern Hemisphere, because between the nights of December 21st and January 2nd, regardless of what you're celebrating, or whether you even celebrate at all, there's something else looking to indulge in its own brand of sadistic holiday fun. SCP-4666, also known as the Yule Man. What separates the Yule Man from a number of other murderous anomalies that the Foundation is unable to contain is that the Yule Man is exceptionally violent and cruel. If you find yourself in the middle of one of his infamous Weissnacht events, he won't just kill you, he'll subject you to truly unimaginable torment after doing the same to your entire immediate family. There is no such thing as a quick and painless death when you fall into his gnarled clutches, but there is one advantage, one reason not to give up hope under the threat of the Yule Man. While he may be a supernatural serial killer who has operated across the top side of the globe for potentially thousands of years, he's still a serial killer, and like many serial killers, his murderous activities are subject to a number of time-worn patterns, rituals, and routines. If you can familiarize yourself with these data points, learn to recognize them, and act before it's too late, you may stand a fighting chance of making it through the Weissnacht. So let's explore one of my case files on the matter and see what we can learn. We'll return to the Yule Man in just a moment, but first, I have a question directly for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety,
Or if you're just a human who lives in this world who's going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/DrBob. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost, without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/DrBob. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now, back to the Yule Man. Think back. You're 10 years old, and it begins on an unusually cold December. The snowfall is heavier than expected, even for your part of the world at this time of year. Usually, something like this would fill you with wonder. But for some reason, as you look out of your window at the crisp, white carpet coating your backyard, you feel a strange sense of icy dread creeping over you. Part of you wants to dismiss it. It's Christmas, after all, the most wonderful time of the year. But if you want to be sure you'll see another Christmas, you heed those feelings of dread. You see, when you experience that kind of shapeless unease, it's sometimes because your instinctual mind, the primitive part of your limbic system designed to detect predators, has noticed something that your modern conscious mind has not. Something that means to do you terrible harm. Little signs like this are what you'll need to be on the lookout for over the first 7 days of these nightmarish 12 days of Christmas, because many who don't wind up meeting an awful fate. Soon enough, it won't just be a feeling. You'll start to see him. At first, it'll be from a distance, and you might even brush it off as your overactive imagination. Maybe you wake up on the second day, wipe the sleep from your eyes, and wander over to the window to see if it's still snowing. It is, of course, but it isn't the snow that's catching your eye. It's something in the distance, little more than a speck against the distant tree line, but somehow you still notice it. Is that a person? How could it be? They'd have to be 7 or 8 feet tall to still be visible from this distance. Somehow you just know it's watching you, that you've been selected for something ancient and terrible. But you make the unwise choice not to tell anyone. You're worried about what your parents will say. What if they think you're lying? Then you won't get any presents from Santa Claus this year. This very instinct is why the Yule Man appears to children first. He likes to toy with his victims, drawing out their fear and confusion. If your parents are understanding enough, you might be able to save all of your lives at this stage. Around this time of year, SCP Foundation web crawlers and internet information specialists will be scouring social media for any signs of an impending Weissnacht event. As little as it seems, even a Facebook or Twitter post from your mom or dad about the strange, unusually tall peeper watching you from the forest might be enough to trigger the Foundation into sending some field agents to your home. Once there, they'll probably make up some excuse about a dangerous chemical leak in your area, or a belief that you're being targeted by some known fugitive or dangerous gang. You'll be escorted away to a secure safe house where you'll be guarded by a mobile task force for the remainder of the 12 days. But really, what are the odds that your parents will believe you at this stage? Unlike the Yule Man himself, you're not out of the woods yet. Over the next few days, you'll notice that you see him again, and each time he gets a little closer. Of course, you'll make excuses. He's still too distant to really make out as he stands in the field between the woods and your home. Maybe he's a stranger just going for a walk or stargazing. He's just standing awfully still is all. Sometimes you'll see him for a split second, and as soon as you look back, he's gone. Perhaps testing the waters, you'll start trying to bring it up with your parents. You tell them you've been seeing a strange man on the grounds outside your home. They seem a little concerned at first, but they brush it off and put on a brave face. They tell you everything will be fine. It's probably nothing. Why would anything bad happen to a lovely little family like yours?
Maybe you'll feel okay for a little while after that. Your parents always know exactly how to comfort you. They've got no idea that, in this case, that comfort is putting you all in greater danger. But as the days progress, the presence of your singularly unpleasant guest will become both harder to ignore and harder to do anything about. On the morning of the 6th day, you'll wake up screaming. Up until now, you will only have seen the mysterious figure from a distance, a long, dark shadow against the snow. But now, his terrible face is pressing up against your bedroom window. He's only there for a moment before your screams send him packing, but even that moment is enough to scar him into your mind for a lifetime. He looks weathered and impossibly old, eyes beady and coal black, a smile like a burlap sack full of broken glass, face framed by a scraggly gray beard. Somehow you get the sense that you're staring into the face of pure and absolute evil. Your parents run in, worried that maybe you've had an accident of some kind, but when you tell them it's the strange man again, this time with his face up against the window, their expression takes on a different kind of concern. Two things may happen at this point. If you're lucky and your parents take your concern seriously, your lives may be saved. If they go to the police and report an incident of stalking, there's a possibility that a Foundation field agent embedded in some level of the chain of command will flag this as a precursor to a Weissnacht event. In comes the Foundation to the rescue once again. But if your parents don't believe you, or perhaps even scold you for telling lies, then you're just kicking that can a little further down the road. Though, of course, after the 8th night, when the Weissnacht event enters its second phase, you won't be the only one noticing strange things around the house anymore. On day 8, your mother starts noticing something while your father is out at work. She swears she can hear footsteps in the attic, just pacing back and forth, like it's waiting for something it's extremely excited for. Your mother goes up to check, but there's nothing in the attic. Maybe it's rats or birds in the wall. Not ideal, but manageable. However, when she hears it again the next day, she's certain that it can't be anything but human footsteps up there. She's starting to share your fears, but for some insane reason, she doesn't see what you've been seeing and what she's been hearing are connected. If she did, she might have been able to save you all. Instead, she tells your dad about the strange footsteps. He feels a little worried, but he doesn't want to go to the police about it. He decides he'd rather buy your family an early Christmas present, a Smith & Wesson revolver. If anyone is messing with his family, he's going to prove that he can deal with it himself, like a real man. As though any one man could ever save you all from what's coming. As the days go on, the eerie little sights continue to progress. There are bumps in the night, like someone is in the house downstairs. Your father palms his new revolver and sneaks downstairs, ready to head off the intruder at the pass. But again, there's nobody down there. It's almost like you're being haunted. This feels even more true when the smells start. It's a pungent, rotting odor that lingers around different parts of the house, like something died in the walls. Your parents think about hiring some kind of professional, but the smell often seems to disappear as soon as it arrives. All strange little things, and if you or your parents had been able to put all the pieces together, you'd know something was very wrong. But holiday stress gets to a lot of people. It's easy for certain things to slip through the net. Normally, this might result in a few missed meetings or forgotten errands. Here, it could result in all of your horrible deaths. On the 12th night, when an ill wind blows and the snow is heavy and thick, he will descend upon your home in the cover of darkness with horror and madness on his mind. You and your family ignored all the signs, and this is your reward. This is the Weissnacht. There are two ways this can go for you, the lucky way or the unlucky way. And once you've heard how horrible the lucky way is, the unlucky way will truly churn your stomach. If you're lucky, none of your family will be murdered during the Weissnacht event. Instead, you'll wake up with presents at the foot of your bed. How lovely! Except these presents were given to you by the Yule man, not Santa Claus. And as such, they aren't made by a workshop of happy little elves. They're made by and of the Yule man's former victims. Yes, you'll be scarred for life, but at least you'll have a life to live. even if you'll need to spend a fortune on therapy. But let's assume that you won't be that lucky. The Yule Man has taken thousands of lives over the years, and he's gotten extremely good at infiltrating homes without being detected. He'll pass through your halls like a shadow, not being heard or seen unless he wants you to. If he decides that he wants this to be a more leisurely evening of slaughter, then I'm afraid there's nothing you're going to be able to do about what comes next. Using either his own collection of rusty old tools or common household objects he's just collected on site, he'll silently incapacitate each member of your family in their beds, rendering you totally defenseless. He'll then drag each member of your family into a single room, usually the living room, and begin his twisted work. Some of the recorded case studies will give you an idea of what to look forward to in this scenario. In the 1400s, the Yule Man attacked a family in Croatia. When the town's authorities, including an archbishop, viewed the scene, they commented that the family was made to suffer greatly before they died, and that paganistic symbols were written on the walls in blood. Centuries later, he was recorded attacking a family in pre-colonial Canada. Only one young girl was able to escape and run to a nearby village, where she told the authorities that a naked man had broken into her house and killed her family. The rest of her family were found at the family home, hung upside down, completely devoid of blood, and showing clear evidence of torture. And in the 60s, a family in the Soviet Union was found in the aftermath of a Weihnacht event. They had been restrained, burnt, beaten, and even bitten hundreds of times. Analysis of the bite marks showed that the Yule Man's teeth didn't match any known animal or human. These are all the things you can look forward to if the Yule Man decides he wants to incapacitate you and take his time. No survival advice would better your chances here. There's no bargaining, begging, or pleading. The Yule Man is beyond reason. But if the Yule Man decides he wants a chase tonight, it's a very different story. He'll enter through the front door, brazen and proud of what he's about to do. He knows you won't call for help. He's already disabled any landline phones or alarm systems connected to the home so he can have privacy for his favorite night of the year. Perhaps your father will hear him first, just like all the phantom footsteps in the days before. He's got his Smith & Wesson gripped tightly, but nothing will prepare him for what he finds standing in the hallway, waiting for him. The Yule Man is a nightmare made flesh, too tall, too gnarled, too ancient and unclothed. He grins his broken glass grin and produces a long, curved, rusty blade. He lifts it up as if to say, "See? I'm going to use this on everyone you love." Of course, your father won't stand for that. He levels the Smith & Wesson and empties the cylinder into the Yule Man. He seems to show some brief discomfort at being shot 6 times, but don't you think that if it were this easy to neutralize the legendary Yule Man, somebody would have done it already? The Yule Man smiles again and starts walking towards your father. This is when the screaming starts. You sit bolt upright in bed and see that your mother is already in your room, eyes glazed with frightened tears. At this point, your father is a lost cause. But there's still some hope for you and your mother to escape if you make the right decisions. But what are the right decisions right now? Knowing her husband is probably dead, but wanting to do everything she can to protect her child, she begins barricading your door from the inside. If nothing else, that will buy her some time to think of a plan. As she hears the footsteps of the Yule Man slowly trudging upstairs, her eyes turn to the window. While you bombard her with panicked questions, she starts grabbing your bedsheets and twisting them into a makeshift rope. Hopefully, it'll hold. As the Yule Man starts knocking on the door with mocking delicacy, she throws open the window and flings the bedsheet rope out. She dries your tears and tells you to climb down the rope, to run across the snow to the nearest town, and not stop until you get there. You ask her if she's coming too, but as the Yule Man pounds against the door with his twisted fists, you already know the answer. She kisses you and tells you she loves you as you start to rappel down the rope out of the window. The cold night air nearly takes your breath away, but not nearly as much as hearing the wood of your door splinter and your mother scream as the Yule Man descends on her with all of his terrible fury. You can't afford to think about what's happening to her. All you can do is run across the snowy field away from your house, feeling the intense cold sting the soles of your feet. If you don't freeze to death during the run, you fear that the Yule Man will leave the house and give chase, making all of your parents' sacrifices worth nothing. But as much as you try to run, the Yule Man can run a lot faster. You turn and see the long, spindly legs of the Yule Man bounding after you. As you try to scream, the icy fingers of your pursuer close around the top of your head and yank you sharply off the ground. Your crying and pleading are muffled by heavy burlap as you're shoved into an old sack and shrouded in darkness. You can try struggling, but I can't say with any confidence that it will better your situation. You may have survived the night, but worse horrors await. The Yule Man is taking you to his workshop. When you next wake up, you'll be inside a cave with many others like you kidnapped from all over the Northern Hemisphere. You'll spend your days and nights making toys out of human remains, and how long you'll be able to eke out your survival will depend on how good you are at this task. Sadly, we don't have any records of people getting out of the workshop and going on to live a long and fulfilling life. If the Yule Man gets hungry, he might just eat you on a whim. And as for if you decide that the toy-making life isn't for you, well, those who can't make the toys become the toys. So just out of morbid curiosity, what will happen if you and your family don't survive the Weissnacht event? What if your parents are slaughtered and you're either eaten or transformed into a twisted toy? The Foundation has its own protocols for this too. They'll clean up the crime scene, perform autopsies, collect evidence, and contain any toys made out of human remains. They'll plant a fake story in the press about a family tragically killed in a regular, non-anomalous home invasion. They'll then take the data they gained from this incident and incorporate it into their predictive models for Weissnacht incidents, hoping that maybe your deaths will give them a better chance of stopping the next ones. But it doesn't matter how many times we try to stop it, the Yule Man will never die. He'll always come back, just as hungry for blood and pain as ever. All you can ever do is look out for the signs and hope that this year it isn't your turn to be on his very naughty list. Happy holidays, folks. Check out the DrBob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, like SCP-4666, the Yule Man.